Yes, Terhenio. This is Delegate Amber Kinazwakati. I'm on the call. Thank you. Good afternoon, staff. Were you able to hear me? I'm on the call. How many other committee members do we have on the call? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Karate. This is Vice Chair Smith. Sounds like it's just you and I for now. I'm not sure exactly who's all on call, so I guess we'll just wait again.
Okay, Vice Chair. I'll wait for others to join. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Shadeja. I see yourself, Vice Chairman, and Honorable Nathaniel Brown on the call so far. Shadeja Amber, I see Raymond Smith, yourself, and Honorable Nathaniel Brown on the call so far.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Shada, for that update.
Back to committee members. I know that we're still on recess, so we get a quorum going. Do we have anything ready for the judicial branch? I know that there was some possibility of amendments and things of that nature. OLC, get those and get them ready to go so that we can entertain those.
Mr. Chair, this is Lorraine. I have not received any emails regarding what language, what is needed for the amendments for judicial branch at this point. I've only received something for a new Exhibit A from OMB and some wording to insert into Exhibit E for Department of Human Resources.
Okay, thank you for that.
Pro Tem Chair, for the condition, I'll be working on the condition of appropriation for judicial. I'm going to need additional time before I can submit that to Legislative Council for an amendment. That's the update. Thank you, Ms. Tapani.
Good afternoon, Delegates Crotty and Smith. This is Kristen Lowell at the Tax and Finance Unit. May I ask a question?
Sure, we're not in regular meeting, but go ahead.
Okay. I understand there was a question regarding judicial branch, the JISS. And so I'm covering this afternoon session. So I just wanted to find out what questions have been asked up to this point, just so that I may need to do some research on it?
Okay, thank you. Peggy, could you chime in on that?
Yes, Kristen, this morning when the Mr. at City talked about the NIGIS budget, there was a question, actually, when OMB presented their report to the committee. In that report, it listed this NIGIS budget, this project, as being without a plan of operation, and that it needed one. And so that question has been going back and forth between Legislative Council, myself, and OMB. And so that's the reason why OMB requested a legal opinion on it, because Dominic Bial suggested that that should come from DOJ on whether it was a project or a program, and then if it required a plan of operation. So that's where that question is coming from.
Thanks, Peggy. Vice Chair, can I follow up?
Yes, go ahead, proceed.
What advice did Legislative Council give in respect to that?
I don't think I've given any advice, Kristen. I don't recall anyway.
Okay, Laureline, let's chat offline. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair Pro Tem, this is Steve Edsity. Can you hear me?
Yes, Steve, go ahead.
I just wanted to provide a little bit more background, perhaps maybe for DOJ and Legislative Council's benefit. And just to remind the committee, there was a condition of appropriation in the FY 2019 comprehensive budget requiring updates of all plans of operation that needed updating. And this NIGIS project was included in that COA in 2019. We spent 3 quarters analyzing and trying to do the work, and in the end, we provided a conclusion that it was infeasible and that it was essentially a project and not a program. It serves 2 branches, and we submitted all of this documentation and our conclusions in a report to OMB, and OMB included it in, I believe, the 3rd quarter report for the FY19 Conditions of Appropriations and Legislative Concerns report in 2019.
Okay, did you get that? Oh, thank you. Did you get that, DOJ?
I did. So Judicial's position is that this is a program as opposed to, other way around. This is a project as opposed to a program. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding and stating this correctly. So programs get plans of operation, not projects. Is my understanding correct?
The judicial branch, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the judicial branch reached the we reached that conclusion that it was infeasible because it was a project, and the project serves multiple entities across 2 branches, and largely there was an inability to put this into a plan of operation. So that was what we submitted to DOJ to OMB, and they accepted that report, and we left it with an open-ended invitation to continue discussing this, but we spent the last 2 years without having it brought back again for discussion, but here we are again now. So if you want me, I can forward a copy of that PDF file for folks to look at.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I could just ask Mr. Etzity to forward that document, I'd appreciate that.
Vice Chair Smith, may I speak?
We'll go ahead and do that. Mr. City, could you forward that to Department of Justice? And Peggy, go ahead.
Thank you. Another question that was brought up with OMB is that for their Form 2, Part 2, where it says Plan of Operation, Resolution Number, Purpose of Program, that if it is a project, would DOJ recommend that that be left blank? Because it cites CO 6958, CD 9485, and then Title 7, the sections in it, and then CO 72-03, section 371 and 401, and then Title 7 again. Would DOJ, what would you say on that?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Nakai, I'm looking at that right now. Just give me a couple minutes to read that.
Okay, appreciate it. Do we have a quorum right now for getting out of recess on this hearing? Janetta, could you do a roll call vote? A roll call, see if we have a quorum.
I guess, Shanella, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Jamie Kenyo. Honorable Jamie Kenyo. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present too. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Delegate Brown is present.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Elmer P. Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members present upon roll call and 1 member excused. Vice Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that roll call. We'll get out of the recess at 1:17 p.m. Shredder, could you give us an update on where we're at and what we need to do?
Okay. Mr. Etzity presented his budget to the committee. And then when the committee was asking questions, Shadeja Amber-Crotty mentioned that she wanted to do a COA on this budget. And so she was asking for a revisit later so that she could develop a COA. And then we went into recess. There was a concern that was expressed by Elmer P. Begay that judicial wasn't addressing its COA. And then we went into recess at 9:59 so that we could go into our special meeting.
Gushing, with that, thank you, Shredder, for updating us and letting us know where we're at. For those that are listening and those that are here with us this afternoon, we are getting out of recess. Do we need to motion to get out of recess, or do we just go straight to business now? I need a little guidance on that.
That's your call, Vice Chair.
Gushing, yeah, just want to make sure we're in order. We have a motion to get out of recess.
Delegate Begay.
And Honorable Elmer Begay, motioning. Second.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Honorable Crowdy. Janella, round the horn for the question of getting out of recess at 1:19 p.m.
Yes, Vice Chairman, motion party vote on the getting out of recess. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. How do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. How do you vote? Honorable Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Anastasia, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair
votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting on the vote to reconvene. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Shanetta. Vote to get out of recess at 1:19 p.m. We are back in order for the budget hearing on legislation number 0144-22 with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Vice Chair not voting, and 1 member excused. And we have our co-sponsor, Honorable Amber Crotty. Amber Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So we'll continue with this legislation, Pro Tem. Now, as a co-sponsor, I'm not sure if the committee members have any other questions for judicial, or we can move on with the legislation. Pro Tem, please advise. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the co-sponsor here for this legislation. Therefore, there's some requests for conditions of appropriation and other things that were mentioned earlier at the meeting this morning regarding this legislation. So, committee members, any questions regarding this Department of Justice judicial branch, Navajo Nation Information Sharing System. I'm not hearing any. Back to Honorable Crotty, do you have your conditional appropriation language ready to go for legislation?
Thank you, Pro Tem. As stated before, I will defer that condition of appropriation to the comprehensive budget. We just need a little bit more time to research and pull that information together, seeing that this is a project, but there's also a lack of accountability. So we'll continue to work on that language. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Well, thank you for that. So we'll wait till the actual budget hearing on the judicial branch. Any other concerns regarding this since we're out of recess before we move on? I'm not hearing any requests for the judicial branch on any further information. We're in order. Let's move on to number 3, Department of Justice, Attorney General, Fixed Cost Litigation, and Hopi Partition Land Rental. Turn the floor back over to Honorable Crotty, your agents. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. If I can ask for the Department of Justice, I know Madam Attorney General was on the line earlier, or the Department of Justice attorneys who wanted to act as an agent. If they can identify themselves for the record, and if there's any of the agents that need to take the oath, I'll defer the time to the agent. Thank you, Pro Tem committee members.
Good afternoon.
We can hear you. Go ahead. You may proceed. Identify yourself. And have you been sworn in?
Good afternoon. This is Deputy AG Kimberly Dutcher. I have not yet been sworn in, and I can do so now.
Peggy, could you administer the swearing in before we proceed?
Thank you, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. If there are any other staff that will be speaking to the Department of Justice fixed cost budgets, please state your name for the record.
This is Kimberly Dutcher on the line, and I believe our Administrative Service Officer, Barbara Calvin, is also on the line.
Okay. Has Barbara stated her name for the record?
Barbara Calvin. I did get sworn in this morning.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair presiding, and members of the committee. Good afternoon as well to OMB, to OOC, to OLC, OPVP staff, and everyone else on the call. My name is Kimberly Dutcher. I'm the Deputy Attorney General. Kimberly Dutcher Yenishin, Tatnasani Nishla, Do Belagana Bashishchi, Nakaidine Dash Che, Do Belagana Dashanala. And joining me on the call this afternoon is Barbara Calvin, and Principal Attorney Kristen Lowell is also here representing DOJ, and AG McPaul may also be able to join us while this call is in progress. First, I just wanted to share a little bit of information about DOJ, and then specifically about our fixed cost revolving account. The Doj Statute at 2 NNC section 1961 states that subject to available resources, DOJ is required to provide effective or competent and efficient legal services to the Navajo Nation government, to effectively protect and represent the legal interests of the nation, and to adequately and efficiently prosecute adult criminal and juvenile delinquency cases, white-collar crime, and child dependency matters, and to assist Navajo relocatees with relocation benefits to which they are entitled. So that is essentially our mission, DOJ's mission, as it is articulated in the statute. DOJ itself was established in 1982 pursuant to Council Resolution CF 882. And until that time, Section 1961 of Title II, which I just read, provided for a division of justice that included an Office of General Counsel and a Navajo Tribal Legal Office. Additionally, at that time, much of the legal needs of the nation were handled by outside counsel in Phoenix. In 1982, the Navajo Nation Council terminated the Division of Legal Services and established DOJ in its place. Council also directed that the transfer of work from outside counsel to DOJ be initiated with the goal that 90% of the transfer be completed in 1987. 11 years later, in 1993, BFC, through Resolution BFJY 3693, rescinded the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation litigation revolving account and recommended the establishment of a fixed cost account for the nation's litigation. Pursuant to CAU 5793, the Navajo Nation Council established the Navajo Nation litigation fixed cost account. The account was set up as a recurring appropriation included in the nation's fixed cost accounts for each fiscal year. Next, in 1999, the Navajo Nation Council approved a supplemental continuing appropriation of $5 million from the UUFB to the fixed cost litigation account upon the recommendation of the Government Services Committee. This account, N01000, provides support for all litigation activities, including contract attorneys, litigation consultants, expert witnesses, and litigation costs. These contract attorneys and consultants for litigation needs work in collaboration with DOJ attorneys, and the need is determined based on expertise and staff workloads. We'll go over Budget Form 1 and read the information in the record. However, due to the confidential nature of this account and the litigation efforts that it supports, we recommend that the committee convene an executive session to address any questions regarding this account and the proposed budget. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if the committee anticipates having any questions, but we can, if they do, as I just stated, it'd be advisable to go into executive session, or else I can just start with Budget Form 1.
Let's just start with Budget Form 1, and if there's any particular questions that we need to go into executive session, we can entertain that. But for now, you may continue to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Budget Form 1, on Part 1, this is for Business Unit N01000 for the DOJ OAG, Office of the Attorney General, Fixed Cost Litigation. And Part 2, under Funding Sources, line says Fixed Costs from October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2023 in the amount of $5 million. And the total is $5 million. Under Part 3, under the budget summary, under line 6,000, repairs and maintenance, fund code type code 1, section A is $64,028. Column B is $110,400. And column C reads $46,372. On the next line, 6,500 contractual services, fund type code 1, column A is $4,932,972. Column B, $4,886,600, for a difference in column C of $46,372. Next column, 7,000 special transactions, fund type code 1, column A, so $3,000, column B, $3,000, and column C is 0. The totals in A is $5 million, B, $5 million, and C is 0. And at part 4, there are no positions budgeted for this budget unit number, and no vehicles budgeted for this budget unit number. And that concludes Form 1, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. Back to Honorable Crotty. Does that conclude your agent's report?
Pro Tem, Chair, yes, that's the report, and Madam Deputy Attorney General will be on the line with her staff if the committee members have any questions regarding this request. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Committee members, any questions for Department of Justice?
I can also proceed now with the information for the HPL rents, fixed cost budget item, budget unit number 118013. Mr. Chair?
Yes, I don't hear any questions regarding the fixed cost litigation. Let's move forward to the HPL rental.
Okay. I'd like to provide some background for the committee on this item as well. This budget covers payments owned by the Navajo Nation to the Hopi tribe for Hopi partition lands rent. These rents include grazing rent, farm site rents, and home site rents for the period from 1979 to the present. And these rents are assessed by the BIA pursuant to the Navajo Hopi Settlement Act. BIA assesses these rents against the Navajo Nation for the home site farming and grazing uses of Hopi partition lands by members of the Navajo Nation. The payments are also the subject of litigation in the case of Hopi Tribe v. Navajo Nation, as well as multiple federal administrative appeals to the Interior Board of Indian Appeals, which is why the Department of Justice continues to be involved. These rents and rent calculations are complicated, and they vary by time frame and by whether or not the BIA has assessed a rental amount, whether or not those amounts have been appealed to the IBIA, and whether a court order addresses the rental amounts owed, and whether the rental amounts are final or subject to ongoing legal challenge. There is a final 2009 federal district court order that determines several rental assessments for various time periods from 1979 to 1995. Pursuant to that order, the Navajo Nation made HPL rent payments to the Hopi tribe in 2010, 2011, and 2015. Since 2016, the nation has made annual payments to conform to the 2009 order and the accrual of interest. These annual payments are important given how slowly the BIA acts on HPL rental matters and the amount of interest that accrues during the administrative appeals process. The BIA has not assessed any HPL rents beyond 2014. So, just as an example, by the time BIA does assess the 2015 rental amounts, the nation will owe 6% interest on those amounts going back at least 6 years. 6 years of interest owed is the best case scenario. It's usually much longer because BIA's assessments are usually appealed by the Hopi tribe, by the Navajo Nation, or by both tribes, and the interest remains accruing while the appeal is pending. This process could take several more years or even decades. The grazing and farm site rents for 1997 and 1996 and 1997 alone were not finalized until March 2014, which is a period of 18 years. Rather than allowing the pre-judgment interest to continue to accrue, Since 2015, the Navajo Nation has estimated the average annual HPL rents for 2010 and beyond. That estimate was $120,400, and the amounts actually paid, including interest, has varied from $121,000 to $123,000. The 2015 estimate, however, became outdated, and DOJ recommended an increase to the amount last year to $130,000 plus interest, which the total amounted to $134,000. And that is the same amount that is proposed for FY23. Moving on now to Budget Form 1. For FY 2023, Part 1, Business Unit Number 118013 for the DOJ Office of the Attorney General, Navajo Hopi Partition Land Rental. Part 2, Funding Sources is fixed costs for the October 1st, 2022 to September 31st, 2023. The amount is $134,000, and this is 100% requested with a total of $134,000. Part 3, the budget summary, under line 5,000, lease and rental, fund type code 1. Column A reads $134,000. Column B reads $134,000. Column C reads 0 for a total of $134,000. Under Part 4, positions and vehicles, there are no positions budgeted and there are no vehicles budgeted under this budget unit number. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General, Pro Tem Chair. That is the agent's report on the Hopi, Navajo Hopi land rental. Thank you.
Thank you again, Honorable Crotty and your agents regarding the fixed cost litigation and also the Hopi partition land rental. Back to the committee members of Budget and Finance. Any questions for Department of Justice?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay, I recognize you. You may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. And then the Department of Justice, I have a question regarding the partition under Navajo and Hopi. I know that there's payments that are being made on these rental, and then the amount is being paid to the Hopi tribe. You know that I know sometimes we had to pay some. I don't know how. I know that it takes a while for BIA to set the payments, or how it's always late and making payments, and so the Navajo Nation has to pay some interest because of the late payment that's been made. But usually the BIAs are the ones that very slow on processing some of those codes to the Navajo Nation. And I'm not sure how to address that. And that's one. And then the other one is on these rentals. We've been paying rentals for people that are in Hopi partition land and resident there. But the thing right now is with this CARES fundings and with this ARPA fundings that became available to the Navajo people, and we tried to get some water
line or any power line into that area, because they already agreed to sign the 75 lease agreement. But the Hopi tribe are not responding to that, if it's okay to do that, to give the right of way to NTA. And today they don't respond, and there's been a lot of resolutions, even from the Navajo Land Commission, give resolutions, they don't respond. So it's been like that for so many years. I don't know, but we pay rental for these people that are living in their area. And then also right now, they haven't given us an answer to if we can even put up solar and maybe some cistern and septic tank in the area. See if the OEH office can or IHS office can do some infrastructure for these families that don't really respond. Actually, they don't respond to the Navajo people, Navajo Nation. So, but we still pay the rental. How can this be addressed? That's my question. Thank you.
Honorable Member Begay, committee members of Budget Finance, any other further questions before I turn the floor back over to Department of Justice? I'm not hearing any. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor and your agents.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Chair. So I'll defer to Madam Deputy Attorney General, understanding if any of the questions would need to be proposed under executive session, but defer to the agent. Madam Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, and thank you for the question, Delegate Begay. And as I mentioned in my preface, the payments aren't late. It's the amount of rent that is still being determined for various years. So what happens with the funds that we are allocated under this budget unit every year is we're estimating the amount of rent that will be due and attempting to keep up with the interest that is accruing on these amounts. So as I mentioned, it takes the BIA a long time to kind of go through the litigation process when these amounts are being litigated to determine the final amount of rent. So, for example, when it is finally determined, we don't want to be in a position where we're paying in a very high amount. Instead, we're paying the interest on these amounts every year. And yes, you're absolutely correct. It does take them a long time. So this is the purpose of why we're paying the interest on these amounts in the interim. And while it's taking the BIA a long time to determine the amount of rents. And in the interim, and because this is still being litigated or in an appeal process, this is why DOJ is handling this. So I just hope that kind of clarifies that it's not the payment itself that are late, it's the amount that the BIA is determining to be the effective amount of rent. So I hope that answers your first question. The second part, you asked a little bit about ARPA, and you explained that you're trying to get water lines and power lines into the area. And but what we're discussing here today in terms of the rental amount and the amount that we're requesting for FY23 really doesn't have doesn't have anything to do with what is being requested under ARPA. And I can't speak to that in the context of what we're doing today. And it's a little bit beyond the scope of what we're attempting to do here today, but I'm happy to follow up at another time to address those questions and also to work with our tax and finance unit on those. I'm happy to do that at a different time. And I hope this information was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for that response back to the Budget and Finance Committee members on the Navajo land rental fees and the budget we have in front of us, Budget Form 1, and also the fixed cost litigation. Any other questions for Department of Justice?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, 3%.
Che, you have the floor.
This is okay. Thank you very much, Stu. This is Delegate Yellowhair. I had a question about these land rental. This is the DOJ straight to them. How long are we going to pay them these paying rental to the Hopi tribe? Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Che. I'll turn the floor back over to Ms. Dutcher, Department of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't quite hear Delegate.
This is Delegate Crotty. So thank you, Madam Deputy. So as sponsor, then the question always is to the sponsor, and then we defer to the agent. Thank you. But with that being in mind, I think I had heard, and I apologize for interrupting Ms. Dutcher, but she needed Delegate Yellowhair to repeat the question.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Now, my question was paying rental to the Hopi tribe. How long are we paying to the Hopi tribe for the rental?
Che, that's your question. Back to you, Honorable Crotty. Honorable Crotty, you still with us?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. I apologize. I was on mute. Thank you. Madam Deputy Attorney General, Ms. Dutcher, are you able to answer Delegate Yellowhair's question? You'll have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, and thank you for the question, Delegate Yellowhair. At this point in time, it's really difficult to know and determine with certainty how long we're going to be paying these rents, because as I mentioned prior, we're paying for our past years, and we are also when these matters do not get full resolution and the rental amounts are not determined, we have to keep paying the interest to keep up with the payments, so to speak. So I can't give you a date certain on when we will be done, because we have several years that are still pending decisions on the rental amounts. And I wish I could answer that question, but at this point in time, I cannot. And as I mentioned in my summary, we didn't get a decision for the 1979 through 1995 rental amounts until 2009. So it took, over a decade, I think it's 16 years, to get those amounts. So in the meantime, we're just trying to kind of keep up by paying the interest due. And I really wish I could provide you a date certain, but I can't speculate on this at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. At this point in time, I'd like to turn the floor over to the gavel over to Shiche. I got a question. Shiche, Jimmy here, Shikari Lotashkora, Pro Temp Dishli. I got a question.
Thank you, Pro Tem, for the time.
Yeah.
I just want to need some type of with this, and it goes back to the sponsor, and then the sponsor goes back to the chair. Pro Tem is continue to manage the meetings, or are we in a more informal setting? That would be helpful in terms of how, I don't want to interrupt the chair, the pro temp chair, or the agent, but I need some guidance in terms of how we're going to move forward with this budget hearing. Thank you.
Well, you kind of broke up there, Honorable Crotty. Restate your question and your concern.
Yes, thank you, Pro Temp Chair. I apologize. I just need to make sure. So the question from the committee goes to the sponsor or co-sponsor, and then the co-sponsor or sponsor then defers to the agent. And when the agent is done, it goes back to the sponsor, co-sponsor, and then back to the committee. Is that the way we want to continue with the budget hearing? Or is the committee going to ask the agent directly and then it goes back to the committee? Just please let me know how I can help support the committee as co-sponsor. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that clarification, Honorable Crotty. Well, how we're running this is the co-sponsor or the sponsor of the legislation. We turn the question over to them, and they turn the question over to their agent for clarification for any questions that are posed by the Budget and Finance Committee. And once the question has been fulfilled, then it'll be up to the co-sponsor or the sponsor of the legislation to let the chair or vice chair know that they have fulfilled their question or their answer to the question, and then we'll proceed with the floor to the Budget and Finance Committee members, and that's how we were running it. So hopefully we're still in line with that. Back to you, Honorable Crotty.
Perfect. Thank you, Pro Temp. So we'll stay. If there's any other questions from the committee, we're certainly here to help and supporting it and get those questions. So thank you, Pro Temp. I believe the agent had finished her response, and we'll go back to the committee for any other questions. Thank you.
Appreciate that. At this point in time, I'd like to turn the gavel over to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair to be the pro temp. I've got a question I'd like to ask, and then I'll take the gavel back over when my question has been fulfilled. Shay.
Okay.
You have the gavel.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll take over for now, and as a sponsor, I'd like to give a floor back to you and back to the pro temp. Ask some questions, Sumaya, and then we'll go to Justice Department. I'd like to turn the floor back to you, sponsor Sumaya, Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yes. So at this time, we've been able to answer the question. So if Vice Chair Smith has any questions, we're available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Out of the Budget and Finance Committee members and those that are listening on board and Department of Justice for providing this information. My question is, how can we address this concern? I heard BIA is slow and BIA is not providing, I guess, technical assistance in behalf of the fixed costs, or not fixed costs, but for the lease and rental. The reason why I bring this up is that myself and Chairman So of the Navajo Land Commission are going to be visiting with senators and also the Congressman O'Halloran. How can we present the topic that you brought, the summary that you said earlier, that some things are need to be addressed, and there's concerns and on behalf of that. And by looking at Form 2, you have that fourth quarter, which is next year's fiscal year closing. The first quarter will be, of course, October to December or January. I mean, second quarter and third quarter, and then you make the payments at the end of that quarter. So it seems like these things are paid out at the end of the fourth quarter or around the fourth quarter. What can we present to the Congress folks and also Mr. O'Halloran when we go to DC this coming week in order to bring those concerns that you brought forth? That's my question, Shiche. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'd like to turn the floor now back to Shemayaza, and as a co-sponsor, and turn the floor back to one of your agents. Chair. Shemayaza.
Yeah, thank you, Pro Tem Chair Yellow Hair. Madam Deputy Attorney General, will you be able to answer that question? Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Delegate Yellow Hair and Delegate Smith for the question. First, we usually make the payment in January of every year. So I guess in terms of quarters, that would be probably the beginning of the second quarter. That's usually when we make the payment. And we have been working with outside counsel who has pressed the BIA for responses to some of the years in which we've asked for determinations. Our requests for those we have not received responses to those requests. And we have also more recently spoke with outside counsel handling lobbying matters to address this as well, in terms of bringing it to the attention of the decision makers in Washington to get some answers on this. I'm happy in preparation for your meeting next week to provide you as your work with the Navajo Land Commission, some of that information if you would like. So those are some of the more recent attempts that we have made to expedite matters along, but we have not, some of these are more recent. We haven't had a response, or we haven't seen much movement with these efforts though. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Chair Shemayaza, Honorable Crowdy, thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Is satisfied with the answer. Is any follow-up?
Chair, I have a follow-up question. Vice Chair Smith, I have a follow-up question.
Okay, go ahead, Stu.
Thank you, Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee members and those that are listening on board with this meeting or hearing that we're having. Thank you, Ms. Dutcher, for your response on that. We're leaving here Wednesday, and we'll be meeting with them Thursday and Friday up in DC. So if you could give us some talking points on what could be brought forth to them and enlighten them, because this is very important, and it seems to be that we're just doing the same old thing over and over and being redundant about it. How do we address these things? How do we move forward on behalf of Congress folks helping us in these matters that was presented earlier? So if you could provide that and maybe email it to either Chair or myself so that we could have those talking points when we do sit down and meet with our representatives from the state of Arizona and the Navajo Land Commission and those appropriators and those folks that oversee the Office of Navajo Land over in ONER, I should say. That's my concern and question on that, Chiche Yellow Hair. Honorable.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any other questions about the Finance Committee before I turn the floor back to the sponsor, Shemaya? Inari Cristalo. Ateno ya Maya sponsor. Have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for Chair, Madam Deputy Attorney General. You could excuse me, answer Vice Chair's question. Thank you so much. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again for the follow-up question, Delegate Smith. I'm happy to provide information for you in anticipation of your meetings, and I'm not aware of who you're working with on that, but I suspect that some of our lobbyists and stuff are also aware of the more recent attempts that we have made to speed things along on this. But I also just wanted to remind you that some of this is is actually in litigation, but there's other parts that are not. So for the future stuff, that might be future matters, that might be an area where we can ask for some expedited action. But there's the ones that are pending in the court. These are in the Interior Board of Indian Appeals in that tribunal. So with respect to those aren't, those matters wouldn't be subject to any type of lobbying or other efforts to speed those along. But I just wanted to make you aware of that distinction. And as I said before, I'm happy to follow up with some information to you or Chair So to help your visit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Lieutenant Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Any follow-up, sponsor Shemaya, and turn the floor back to Pro Temp Chair. The two cousin and not the kids go. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just got one more question on that. I want to say thank you for making that known, because that was one of the things that we were wanting to be aware of, so that we don't start bringing up anything that's being litigated even outside the Navajo Nation. So that's why I was asking for some talking points, so that we don't cross that line and then start bringing up things that we shouldn't be bringing up in DC. Just need your guidance on that, Ms. Dutcher, for that brief meeting. We don't want to cross into something that is being I guess, litigated right now, and we just want some talking points on things that are pending and helping in the aspects of Hopi partition lease rental. That United request stegi chiche co-sponsor of this legislation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to turn the floor to sponsor Shmaya and give it to your agent now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. I'll turn the floor over to Madam Attorney General if there's any other follow-ups or suggestions, and then we can move forward if there's any other questions from the committee. Madam Attorney General, or I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Attorney General, Ms. Veteran, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Delegate Smith, for that follow-up. And I appreciate what you're saying, because we're talking about multiple years of rent determinations, and that has gone on for decades. And it is very easy to lose track of what is going on with some and really all of them. So I'm happy to work with our outside counsel and to provide you some additional information in preparation for your trip. Thank you for the question and the follow-up.
Thank you very much, Shah. Thank you. I'd like to ask the return to before I turn the floor back to sponsor. Committee. Okay, thank you, Samaya, for your great help as a sponsor. I'd like to turn the gavel back to you, Sir Pro Tem.
Thank you, Che. Honorable Jimmy Hill here for being a pro temp at that point in time. Back to the committee members of the Budget and Finance. Is there any questions for the co-sponsor regarding the Department of Justice on Hopi partition land rental and the co-sponsor's agent?
Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Henyo.
Good afternoon, Chair Henyo.
Just let you know, we've done with my business, and I'm back on in the group with Budget and Finance Committee, and if Delegate Hamilton has questions, I can sit in as a sponsor for this legislation. Thank you.
Goshen, Chair Henyo, we'll honor that. Back to committee members. Any other further questions for the Department of Justice and co-sponsor, Honorable Crotty? I'm not hearing any, so let's move on to number 4. Appreciate the information that was provided by the Department of Justice and the co-sponsor and your agent on that. Moving on to number 4.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. I appreciate Chairman Henyo being able to get back on the line. If I could defer back to Chairman Henyo as the main sponsor, and he can move forward with the remaining part of this budget hearing. Thank you, Pro Tem. Thank you, Chairman Henyo.
Goshen, thank you for letting us know that you're going to turn the floor over to as co-sponsor to the sponsor. Honorable Chair Henyo, are you ready to take over?
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Hamilton for assisting in this legislation. With this, I have the Department of Human Resources standard, which is the Andres there, Plan Administration coordinator. Therefore, I'll turn the floor over to her to do her presentation.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead.
Chair Henio was cutting out. His reception isn't clear.
I heard him loud and clear. He was saying that he's going to turn the floor over to the Human Resources Retirement. He was calling upon Andrea at this point in time for the legislation 0144-22, his agent.
Okay.
Hello. Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee, Vice Chair and Chair Henio, along with the committee members. For the Division of Human Resources, the Retirement Office, we have our retirement plan account under the fixed cost 118018, and with this we did request for out of the fixed cost some money to be appropriated or allocated. 5,000 I understand is coming from the personal lapse fund, 2.5 from general funds, and with the exhibits that were turned in, we do have a request for the unmet needs, which is 25 million, and this is because of the enhanced retirement program that we that was introduced by the President's office, and this was also due during the time of COVID, and this was when COVID was attacking, or I should say attacking, but affecting the elderly people. We went ahead and we introduced the Enhanced Retirement Program, which is the ERP. And out of that, we had a total of 698 eligible employees who could take the ERP, but only 362 did take it based on the approved ERP that was implemented. And we began doing this back in February 2021. The initial cost at that time was $22.6 million. And after days have went by, assuming that the 698 were going to take it, that's the cost. But now that the ERP has been done and passed and implemented, is actually costing the nation $21.9 million based on the annual val from October 1st, 2021. So with that, there is still a shortfall with our retirement funds, and on the annual valuation that we go through, October 1st, 2021 valuation did indicate that our funding status level was 105% funded for the retirement money. But since June 30th, with unaudited assets, with the way the market volatility is going and the way it's moving, we are now at 89.6%. So with that said, we are requesting for additional dollars as an unmet need, and that's where we would like the Budget and Finance Committee to put that in the Exhibit E, or to be included in that. I'll go ahead and have Sunny Aaron read into the record the budget summary.
Okay. Fiscal year 2023, the Navajo Nation program budget summary, budget form 1, part 1, business unit number 118018, program title, retirement plan account. under the Division of Human Resources, the Executive Branch. Part 2, Funding Sources. Personnel Lapse Savings Fund, fiscal year term 10/1/2022 to 9/30/2023 in the amount of $5 million, percent of total 67%. Funding, general funds, fiscal year term 10/1/2022 to 9/30/2023 in the amount of $2,500,000, percent of total 33%. The total amount $7,500,000, percent of total 100%. Part 3, budget summary, 7,000, special transactions, fund type code 1, column A, NNC approved original budget, 3 million. Column B, proposed budget, 7,500,000. Column C, difference or total, 4,500,000. The Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions and vehicles budgeted is 0. Fiscal year 2023, the Navajo Nation Program Performance Criteria, Budget Form 2. Part 1, Program Information, Business Unit Number 118018, Retirement Plan Account. Part 2, Plan of Operation, Resolution Number, Purpose of Program, Resolution Number BFS-36-18. Part 3, Program Performance Criteria, Number 1, Goal Statement, make one timely and accurate payment of $7,500,000 to Northern Trust Company. Program Performance Measure Objective, one lump sum payment for the pension liability in the first quarter. First quarter goal is 1. Second quarter goal 0. Third quarter goal 0. Fourth quarter goal 0. Thank you.
So with that said, that basically completes my report, other than my request for the unmet needs of $25 million to help the retirement funds. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, that is the presentation from Department of Retirement Services regarding the fixed cost budget. Stand for question.
Appreciate that, Chair Henyo and your agents for this report on Division of Human Resources Retirement Office, Retirement Plan Account. Now I'll turn the floor over to our honorable delegates of the Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions? I don't hear any. Back to Chair Henry, I think there was a request. Is that what I heard earlier? Something about an unmet needs? Is that what Budget and Finance Committee members need to address? Or I don't hear anybody asking any questions on it. Just to be clear on this, Chair Henry and your agents.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for bringing that up. This is unusual that we're getting an unmet need request under the fixed cost budget. That unmet need request should have been addressed during their legislation for retirement services about coming up at this time. At the same time, I think the other ones I did hear a request for funding too for the $7.5 million payment to Northern Trust. So, Vice Chair said I'll defer back to my agent to do clarification to see if these amounts are actually consistent with the fixed cost the fixed cost definition. Thank you. J. Holmes?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and also Chair Henio. Based on the 7.5 million, yes, this is correct with the fixed costs with the budget unit 118018. But when we were submitting the exhibits, I'm not sure if this is for our request for the unmet needs out of the 25 million that I'm asking. DOJ can help, OLC. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, that's the extent of the response from Department of Retirement Services. Yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio and your agents regarding the Retirement Office of Division of Human Resources, rather. Committee members of the Budget and Finance, are there any questions or concerns?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed with your question.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem, for asking about the unmet need. So I'm not sure, and I've raised this, I'm not sure if it's really considered an unmet need, because if you're funded at 89%, is there a Navajo Nation policy on the percentage that we need to fund the retirement? I believe every year, so like the past 8 years, I know the retirement office continues to say like they need additional funding to, is their goal to be funded at 100%? And because what that does is it ties up our money in the market and the market fluctuates. Or during this budget process, I am trying to compare if we should continue just to put money in the market or do direct investments, like directly invest in our communities, like community resources, emergency response, life-saving areas that we could be using our Navajo Nation money for. So that's my first question. Is there a Navajo Nation policy in terms of how much funding we should be considering for the retirement? Considering the surrounding states, we're in a very high percentage for the retirement, and even with this early retirement options, it still looks like we're in a pretty stable situation. So if I could get that answered, thank you.
Appreciate Honorable Karate. Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions before I turn the floor back over to Chair Henio and his agent? Not hearing any, so I'll turn the floor over to you, Chair Henio, and your agent.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and for the question, the concern. So let's move forward to Mr. J. Holmes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith and Chair Henio, along with Honorable Amber Crotty in reference to her question. And is the Navajo Nation, is there something about funding? We usually have the best practice of keeping our funding status level at least 80%. And yes, our goal is 100%, although, you know, that's just on the wish list. We are a $1 billion plan. And so with that said, with our surrounding states, we are in a better position. So with it at 89.6%, yes, we are above the 80%, but there always is a time, you know, where there may be a shortfall, and this is where we try to keep our pension amount at that level. And as far as referring to like the community or other resources, remember this is fiduciary funds, which is trust money. So just keep that in mind. I always request for additional money because I just don't want the Navajo Nation to be in a position where it could be underfunded. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, that completes the response back to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Negotiate Chair Henio. Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions?
Mr. Chair.
So let's move on to number 5, Office of Management Budget, Indirect Cost Plan. Do we have, Chair Henry, do you have your agent with you? Turn the floor over to the agent, Chair Henio.
Christina Kiela, Vice Chair Smith. We do have Dominic Biel, Program Executive Director for Budget and Finance, for the Office of Management Budget, to present his budget to fixed cost budget to the committee here. So, Mr. Biel.
Excuse me, Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Committee members, may I proceed?
This is Lorraine as well. I need to speak. I think Peggy might be bringing up what I was going to bring up.
Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, if we could defer to our staff first. Thank you.
Budget and Finance Committee, sorry for the interruption, but there's going to be an amendment for this particular budget that we just reviewed, the one for the retirement services, to their Exhibit A, and I think Laureline has more information on that.
Thank you, Ms. Okay, let's wait for Pro Tem Chair to join or to get back on the call.
Chair Henio, you may proceed with Mr. Bial. You're the sponsor of this legislation.
Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty?
Yes, Pro Tem Chair. I'm not sure if you heard, but our advisor, Ms. Nakai, and Legislative Counsel, Ms. Tapahi, they did want to raise that there is a possible amendment for the retirement if you wanted to defer to them to get additional information. Thank you, Pro Tem.
I'll turn the floor over to Chair Henio. Chair Henio.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith. There is a proposed amendment that needs to be addressed by the Budget and Finance Committee. So therefore, if you would please defer to Ms. Tapahi, the OLC. Chair Hanna, you're deferring it over to the OLC? No, before we hear the presentation from Budget Office of Management Budget, there is an amendment for Department of Retirement Services, and I believe OLC has more information on that. So if we could stop here and then go back to Department of Retirement Services, there's a proposed amendment that needs to be addressed.
Agoshi, I'll honor that. You're the sponsor of this legislation. OLC?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I did send out an amendment for the Department of Retirement Services. I believe Andrea Holmes was presenting, and she presented the request for 25 million in unmet needs. And so if the committee is okay with that and wants to approve and recommend that, that would be added as a line item to the Exhibit E, which is blank right now as posted with this legislation 0144, but it would be added in the first row to this legislation. And so if you take a look at the amendment that I sent, Mr. Vice Chair, I did send it to Peggy and to yourself. You'll see how I wrote the amendment. That's all that's needed for now. I think it's, again, it's up to the committee whether this is going to be approved, but I did want to make sure that it's brought before the committee to consider it before moving on to the next presenter.
Thank you for that, Legislative Council. Back to the committee members of the Budget Finance Amendment. Budget Finance Committee members, so Cindy. Committee members.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Committee members, Peggy, go ahead. You have the floor.
Are you requesting for a motion and a second for this amendment?
I'm requesting for speak up on this this amendment. BNF me even that's
One more thing, Mr. Vice Chair.
Office of Legislative Counsel, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to mention, I believe it was your question or a question by another delegate as to why is the committee considering an unmet need here for Department of Retirement Services, the $25 million in unmet needs. Why is the committee considering that when this actual legislation is a fixed cost legislation? I did send an email to Ms. Kristen Lowell with DOJ, and she said she'd be willing to explain that to you. She can explain that better than I can. And if you want her to, she's on the line. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll turn the floor back over to Chair Hanio. He's the sponsor of this legislation. Chair Hanio, and then we'll proceed after Chair Hanio. He's the sponsor of this legislation. Chair Hanio.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you. I believe that Chair, Pro-Tem Chair, and you can call for committee members, and maybe on the third time if there's no response, then you can just move on, because if there's no motion to amend for the amendment, then maybe there's no need to do the amendment. So if we can, you can move forward if there's no motion to sponsor an amendment.
Akoshi, Abachel, Zishinde, Abinache, Hajladishno. Committee members on the amendment. There is the amendment that's been sent to us. It's in the Budget and Finance Committee members' hands now.
This is Delegate Yellow here.
Oh, Shiche, you have the floor. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, you have the floor. I don't hear anybody.
It's on mute, Natalie. Okay, Chair, it's true, Pro Temp Chair. If there's I'd like to request the motion happening. I'll be everything's okay with our motion. It's true. This is Delegate Yell here.
Goshen, there is a motion. Before I recognize the second, could we get this read into the record since we have a motion? Peggy?
This is Amendment 1 to legislation number 0144-22 to add DHR/DRS unmet needs to Exhibit E. One, the Budget and Finance Committee has reviewed and approved the proposed additional appropriation for unmet needs as shown in the recommended unmet needs budgets dated August 1, 22, provided to the committee by the Division of Human Resources, Department of Retirement Services, DHR-DRS. Therefore, the new appropriation requested by DHR-DRS must be added to Exhibit E as shown below. 2, in Exhibit E recommended unmet needs budget, add the following to row 1. Column 1 is the business unit number 118018. Column 2, retirement plan account DHR. Column 3, $25 million. Column 4, for its unmet needs, the Department of Retirement Services is recommending an additional appropriation of $25 million to pay for unfunded liabilities, debts, and to fund the enhanced retirement program. 3, renumber, re-letter succeeding program paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits, including revising dollar figures to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and figures in any other amendments which shall be conformed to this amendment.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Delegate Begay.
Second by Honorable Elmer Begay. Any questions on Amendment 1?
Pro Temp, this is Delegate Cruddy.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor on Amendment 1.
Yes, thank you. I am trying to find this amendment in my email. Can staff let me know when they sent this out? Thank you.
Budget and Finance Committee members, any other questions on Amendment 1?
Mr. Chair, I'm sending that out to everyone.
We have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and also second by Honorable Elmer Begay for the unmet needs. Honorable Crotty, did you receive that request?
Yes, Pro Tem Chair, I just received it right now. So my question, Pro Tem Chair, if I could be recognized?
Yes, go ahead with your question, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you. So to the sponsor and the agent, the 25 million, is this request, this is what would be needed to fund retirement at 100%? Is that what I'm hearing? Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that question, Honorable Crotty. Committee members of the Budget and Finance on Amendment 1. Any other questions before I turn it over to Chair Henyo? Not hearing any other questions on Amendment 1. We'll turn the floor over to Chair Henyo and your agent.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Defer this question to Ms. Andrea Holmes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem Smith, Chair Henio, and Honorable Amber Crotty. Will this fund the retirement at 100%? And that would be no. It's just to help the pension with the goal to be at 100%. Thank you.
Back to Chair Henyo. Does that conclude your agent's response?
Samantha.
Agushe. On Amendment 1, Budget and Finance Committee members, any other further questions? Vanilla, roll call vote. Round the horn.
Sure, Shanella, Vice Chairman. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Today's Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, and Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote, Shanella. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. Amendment 1 passes. Back to Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions regarding the Division of Human Resources? Not hearing any other requests for the Division of Human Resources. Chair Henyo, you have the floor for the Office of Management, Budget, and your agent.
Mr. Dominic Biel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Smith, members of the committee. This particular account, fixed cost account, is not a large amount. $19,990 is the projected expense for fiscal year 23. And this particular budget, for the first time, would be funded with the IDC funding. So it's not from the recurring general fund amount. It's, as I said, it'll be funded through the IDC recovery. So let me give the mic to Mr. Shorty, Cordell Shorty. He can explain the purpose a bit further. Mr. Shorty.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the cost is for the consultant fee regarding a contract the nation has with a management consulting group. It's called, it's a consultant that assisted the nation compile indirect cost proposal, which is submitted to IBC Interior Business Center, which is a contractor with the Department of Interior. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Oh, yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah. The Department of Interior is the nation's federal cognizant agency. It's called, back in the days when DOI was designated as the nation's federal cognizant agency, the funding that came from DOI to the nation happened to be the largest pot, if you will, this funding that comes from different federal departments. So the funding that comes from DOI happened to be the largest amount on a cumulative basis. So that's the nation's federal cognizant agency, and the federal cognizant agency is responsible to negotiate indirect cost rate with the tribe. So DOI uses the services of IBC to review and negotiate indirect cost proposal and the rate. So the nation has been contracting with different experts, if you will, gurus, financial gurus. So the latest contract the nation has is with Management Consultant Services. FY24 proposal, indirect cost proposal, will be the last indirect cost proposal Management Consulting Group will prepare for the nation. The FY23 proposal was submitted March 3rd, and that's in the review process. For submission of the 24 proposal is due April 1st next spring. So this fixed cost amount is for that purpose. As Dominic said, the amount will be funded through the IDC allocation OMB receives as part of the support service OMB provides in a compilation of indirect cost proposal. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's additional information to the fixed cost amount for IDC plan proposal. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, that completes our presentation for Office Manager Budget.
Thank you, Chair Henny, on your agents. Back to the Budget Finance Committee members. Do we have any questions?
This is Delegate Yell here, Secretary Pro Temp, Vice Chairman.
Che, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You may proceed with your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm a little kind of confused, but unclear. But I'll vote. But I'd like to ask our co-sponsor, Chairman Honorable Henio, also need to explain this. You need to explain it, or please, Mr. Henio. That's my questions. Pro temp. Yeah.
I'll go Che. Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions before I turn the floor back over to the sponsor of this legislation? Chair Henio, you and your agents have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Dummett, you
Let me again give the floor to Mr. Shorty. He can explain it a bit more thorough. This involves it is based on the annual indirect costs agreement and the plan that is reached. Mr. Shorty will explain how that works and how we eventually arrive with the IDC percentage, which is charged to all the external fund grants. And it creates the IDC Recovery Fund, this year projected to be $23 million in total. Mr. Shorty, go ahead and add on to my comments.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm in the situation of having too many irons in the fire, multitask in other words, so I didn't hear the question. So I think Mr. Yellowhair raised the question, if he could repeat the question, I could provide response. I appreciate that.
We will honor that. Chair Henio, go ahead and turn the floor over to you. I defer back to you to repeat the question. Che, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, would you repeat your question for OMB?
Okay, thank you very much. We just voted for the $25 million we're talking about. That one it's the Navajo Nation retirement offer. Are we on that same subject concerned with indirect costs? That's where my concern is. I know the indirect costs is, I know about those history. My concern is about $25 million we just voted. Even not just Chairman Honorable Henio. That's my request. Let's clear everything right, is y'all clear? So $25 million even if I vote that even not just to back to my brother Honorable Henio. Yes, too.
I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Chair Henio. Chair Henio, and your agent.
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, defer to Mr. Shorty.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, appreciate the Yellowhair repeating the question. Let me respond this way. Indirect costs, funding the nation realizes is based on expenditures incurred on grants. For example, let's say a grant receives 100,000, 20,000 is expended at the time of IDC recovery is booked. Then that the IDC donation earned is based on that 20,000. And then that money is accounted for by OOC, and those dollars are allocated to programs that operate with nomination general funds and support administration of external funded program. For example, OMB does not operate on any external funded grants. We're all our budget is all Navajo Nation fund. So any service we provide on the external grant, then our office gets an allocation of indirect cost funding. So in case of a retirement program, there's not really a direct service provided to external funded program. And this is based on a review that the consultant does, a check. Is there a direct service provided to external grants by retirement services? Therefore, if so, retirement service get an allocation of IDC to support their administrative expenses. That's one. So the check is that retirement service doesn't meet the criteria to receive an allocation of indirect cost funding realized by the nation. Secondly is the nation in providing allocation, a fund source. So there's a pot of money, a pool of money available for payout of retirement, the pension, when the nomination employee eventually retires, is their contribution out of indirect cost funding for the pool, for the amount, for the payout to retire when they do. Again, based on the check, the retirement service and fund source for retirement payout does not meet the criteria for the allocation. And this check went back and forth previously with involvement of DOJ, Office of the Controller, and OMB. And understanding reach was that retirement service and a fund source for retirement does not meet the requirement to receive an allocation of indirect cost funds realized by the nation. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. Vice Chancellor, I defer the floor back to you.
Well, thank you, Chair Henio, your agent. Committee members of Budget and Finance. Any further questions?
This is Doug Gidiel here, Pro Temp Chair. Other questions?
Questions, Jay. Honorable Jimmy Yella here. I'll go ahead and recognize you. You proceed with the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, to Mr. Shorty, for the justification. And need a vote, the green vote is the vote doesn't change in the slow bigger to red. Chairman, acting Pro Temp Secretary. More questions?
Negotiation, Chair. I'll ask OLC if that can be changed according to the way we're conducting business. We moved on from Division of Human Resources, and now we're in the Office of Management Budget. So I'll turn the floor over to OLC. OLC? Ms. Lapai?
Yes, this is Mr. Pahi. I'm sorry, I need a repeat of the question. Hello, Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Legislative Council?
Yes, I'm here. I just need a repeat of the question, sir.
The question from Honorable Jimmy Elhair was that he voted green on the last amendment, and now he wants to change his vote back to red. Is that allowable? I know we set precedents. If we moved on to the next item, we usually don't go back and readdress those things, so we just need your input on that.
Oh, yes, okay. If the voting has been closed and you've now moved on to the next item, you would have to vote to reopen the voting. That would be suspending the floor rules. And you would have to vote to then take another vote on that amendment. You'd have to pull that legislation back up to the floor again, suspending the rules to do so. And that I haven't seen this committee do that before. It's always been a closure of the vote and then moving on to the next legislation. And that's all I have on that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Margoshi, thank you for that, Wellesley. Back to Honorable Jimmy Elhair.
Question, thank you.
Margoshi, committee members of the Budget and Finance. Heidi, could you try?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Smith, I have a question. This is Peggy. I'm not a member, but.
Peggy, go ahead with your question.
Okay, this is to the committee. Did you have an overview of the budget forms? Because I didn't hear that when they were doing the discussion on the indirect cost plan. I just emailed the budget forms out to the committee. I barely got those.
Back to Peggy. Are you asking me, asking the committee, or who are you asking that question?
You're the committee, Vice Chair. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm asking you, since you're leading the budget hearing. Did we have an overview of the budget forms for this particular budget? Because I barely got the budget forms and I emailed them out to you.
I have the packet in front of me, Peggy, and the packet I only have Exhibit A through Exhibit D on behalf of the OMB. It was a packet that was at the office, so I'm relying on this packet here.
Okay, that's just the exhibit forms for the indirect cost budget. The budget forms for business unit 118017. I'm just asking that if it's already been discussed. I mean, if Cordell or Dominic went over the budget forms, we're good.
Back to the sponsored legislation. Asha, what's Chair Henia? Do we still have Chair Henia on board with us?
Yes, we do.
Oh, I'm here. Defer back to Mr. Dominic Bial.
Mr. Chair, committee members, responding to, I guess it's Ms. Nakai's question. Our acting budget officer at this time, is Ms. Nanette Francisco. She's the one who handles all of the fixed cost budgets. So she assisted in the review of these various budgets, all of them that are a part of this legislation. There's about 19 or so of them. So I believe she sent copies of this particular budget as well previously to the advisors and for distribution to the committee. Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair, my question wasn't answered directly.
Chair Henio, turn the floor back over to you. Your response to legislation.
Delegate Yellowhair too.
Mr. Bial, can you answer the question?
Chair, committee members, was there a follow-up that's being requested?
Pro Temp Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair. I don't have a budget.
Hello, hey, Emil here. Okay. Turning the floor over to the sponsor of the legislation, Chair Henio. Do we have a co-sponsor? Co-sponsor of this legislation? Are you available?
Oh, Vice Chair Smith. Sorry, I was incapacitated here for a little bit, but Mr. Bial, there's no follow-up question. I guess there was a direct question posed, and I'll give the floor back to you, Mr. Bial. Oh, Vice Chair, we deferred the floor back to you. We believe there was a response by Mr. Bial, so we defer back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. I think I heard Chair, or not Chair, but Yellow Hair, Jay.
Thank you very much, Pro Temp Chair. Aron that sponsor Honorable Henio. Kaya sister na this budget form. I thought you cut like the budget form. You have not reviewed the budget form yet, Mr. OMP did because on it I thought in budget he just cut out then. I thought if they even not the kid there or to Aron the Chairman Henio. Once to the list. Yeah, that's all we need, and then we can pass vote for this budget after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Chiche Jamil here. Back to Chair Henio. You have the floor.
Yeah, trying to understand the question here, but Mr. Bial, maybe you have a response.
Thank you, Sponsor Henio, Vice Chairman Smith, members of the committee. Responding to Ms. Nakai, as well as Delegate Yellowhair. Hopefully you have the budget packet then in front of you. By the budget forms, I think you mean budget forms 1, 2, and 3. So I'll go ahead and do that. Budget form 1, this is for fiscal year 2023. The fund source is the projected 23 IDC recovery in the total amount of $19,990. Now, in Part 3, the budget summary for fiscal year 22, the amount that was budgeted was $18,385, and projected for fiscal year 23, $19,990. There's no personnel or vehicles or anything else. Going to budget form 2, there's one goal statement. One goal and objective is to have the consultant contract to work on the 24 IDC rate proposal for the Navajo Nation to Interior Business Council, Department of Interior. That would be accomplished during the third quarter of the upcoming fiscal year. Now, budget form 4, the object code is 6520, contractual services, consultant agreement, and fees, $19,990. Again, as Mr. Shorty explained a bit earlier, annually we contract this work out to a licensed CPA firm who has expertise in these areas. So that's the purpose of this particular budget, and the charge to the contract budget page. Mr. Chair, that's the overview very quickly of the budget forms. Thank you.
Vice Chair, that's the extent of our response. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio and your agent. Budget Finance Committee members. Questions? Moving on to number 6 on the legislation, fixed costs, Office of the Controller. Turn the floor back over to Chair Henio and your agents.
Yeah, no, Vice Chair Smith. Ms. Elizabeth Begay, Madam Controller, you on the line.
Mr. Chair, this is actually Robert Willie. Acting Controller is not here today. I'll be covering the annual audit. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the annual audit is for the external auditors for the Navajo Nation. As you know, we changed auditors this fiscal year from Moss Adams to KPMG. So the budget form you have in front of you is budget form 1, fiscal year 2023. Business unit number is 118001, annual audit controller. The funding sources are the general funds and the indirect costs for a total of $1,666,024. Part 3, it'll be in the 6500 line series, which is contractual services. There are no positions and there are no vehicles budgeted in this fixed cost. Moving on to Form 2, the goal statement number 1 is combined financial audit and single audit of the Navajo Nation completed by June 30th, 2023, the third quarter of fiscal year 2023. Goal statement number 2 is the combined financial audit and single audit for the Navajo Nation. Complete the single audit for the external programs by the third quarter also. Moving on to the Form 4, we have the detailed budget. The object code is 6520, which is under consulting. The breakdown of the fees and the expenses are there. Object code 6530 is the fees of $1,649,521, and the object code 6540 would be the expense of $16,503 for a total of the $1,666,024. Thank you.
Vice Chair, are we voting?
Still waiting. Are you? Is this done, Chair Henio, with your agents?
Vice Chair, that's extent of our presentation. Time for questions.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Back to the committee members. Any questions for Office of Controllers?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, the Pro Temp Chair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Jay, you have the floor on your question.
Okay, Chair, thank you very much. I don't necessarily sponsor Chairman Henio. The budget happens in the budget for Mr. Willie to cover audits information. Do we have the budget to this information? But Mr. Robert Willie just had read the budget. Even though this case is too.
Chair, on the question that you posed, back to Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Hello, Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Henio. Yes, Honorable Yellowhair, the budget is actually in the OOC budget binder that was provided last week. It is toward the end of the budgets that were provided. It's like the third to last one. The business unit number is 118001. And the one after that is going to be the fixed cost for the investment fees and then the FMIS maintenance. So it's the third to last budget in that budget binder, sir.
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Vice Chair Smith, I defer back to you. Please have the response.
Thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions?
Okay, so this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Oh, Delegate Yellowhair. Go ahead, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not at home. I was driving this part here by the road. When I get home, I'll look at that one. Thank you, Mr. Willie. Appreciate it. God bless you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you to the sponsors, to the Chairman, Honorable Henio. That's all for me. Yeah.
Back to Budget and Finance Committee members. Any other questions regarding Office of Controllers?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. You may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Appreciate the report, Mr. Willie. And looking at, so first I need to clarify, are we just talking about one specific area of OOC, or are we doing all of the requests from OOC? And then when that is clarified, I do see a dramatic increase from last year's fixed cost, and now the increase in terms of the general budget and cost fund. What we're not receiving, Pro Tem Chair, then is this budget breakdown. And I'm going to need that for all of the fixed cost budgets because of the dramatic increase. I don't know if they're padding their budgets. I don't know if this is just cost that fixed cost should have historically covered, and this is the first year that we'll see this increase. I just don't know how this is sustainable if we're increasing their budgets from, anywhere to 6 to 7%. That's not sustainable as a government, and we need to understand why we're seeing this huge increase. Because we are still, and I think this is, some of the challenges when we use permanent trust fund interest income. We're supplementing the budget. We're supplementing in terms of that funding, and as leadership, we did that. We're supplementing a governmental budget, and we all know that funding could have been used directly into our communities. So I want to make sure that we're not just supplementing the general budget for programs to add additional fluff. I need to make sure that if we're moving funding into fixed budget, that's sustainable. How is that reflected in the budget that was proposed to Budget and Finance last week? Because I did not recall a substantial decrease in the Office of the Controller's budget. And so is this considered an increase if we're adding the fixed cost? And I am trying to make sense of what was the strategy when it came to this year's budget. And really, I would have wished that as a nation and leadership, we would have continued, although permanent trust fund interest was available, that we would have slowly start streamlining our government and start trimming a lot of these expenditures. So I'd like to ask that question from the sponsor and the agent. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any further questions before I turn the floor back over to the sponsor and the agents? Back to you, Chair Henyo. Questions that were posed. You have the floor and your agents.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. And a question that has been brought forth. And so, Mr. Robert Willie, defer back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Henyo and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. As far as the annual audit, in fiscal year 2022, the actual budget was $1,029,754. This is an increase of $636,279. Part of that increase is due to the single audit work that KPMG does have to do. And I know that the ARPA items also and the CARES items are also part of that, but I believe some of that is going to be covered under the ARPA funding. So those are the reasons of some of the increases, and switching from the Moss Adams firm to the KPMG firm is another reason. As far as all the other programs, I'd have to look into each one of them and to see what their budgets were in FY22 to get that information over to Honorable Crotty. I know that on the budget forms, as they're individually turned in, do indicate under Form 1, Part 3 has the original budget from this current year. as opposed to what the column B is, which is the proposed budget. And it would have the difference as far as why the increases. Each program would have to answer to that because I'm not privy to that information at this time. I wish I had more clarity as far as the other programs, but right now I don't. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, thank you for the response, Mr. Willie, and Vice Chair Smith, back to you.
Well, thank you, Chairman Henio. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you. Pro Tem, I'd like to ask the sponsor, since Mr. Willie is assisting Acting Controller Begay, she's not able to be on the call this week. Are the other programs that are requesting for fixed costs, are they on the line and able to answer questions regarding the increase in their fixed cost request? And the same, or there was a secret? And general funds. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, you were coming very chopped up. Didn't quite catch all what you were trying to request on your questions. Could you try that again? Not hearing you, Honorable Crotty. We didn't get the full gist of your questions. Committee members, is there any questions regarding OOC?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. Am I clear?
Yes, you are now. You are clear.
Okay.
You may...
Thank you. I appreciate that. I apologize, committee members. So just the gist of my questions to sponsor, seeing that Acting Controller is not available this week, are there any other programs that are on the line that could answer the question regarding their increased request for fixed cost, and if there's going to be budget forms provided to the committee so that we could see exactly what they're requesting for this? It's a dramatic increase of fixed costs. So I'm trying to understand the justification for that increase and how we balance that with the general funds allocation. Thank you, Pro Tem and committee members.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. We heard you loud and clear. I'll turn the floor back over to the sponsor, Chair Henio, and your agents.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and I believe this is a question for the full legislation. Therefore, if you could conduct a roll call for Division of General Services, Division of Natural Resources, Division of Community Development, and then the other offices that we're looking at, which is the Office of Navajo Tax Commission, Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, the Navajo Utah Commission, and Division of Economic Development, as they are still on the rest of the agenda for this particular legislation. So, Vice Chair, if you would do a roll call and see if the program managers or the presenters are there for this these areas, and then therefore we can ask them that question and provide us written documentation, Vice Chair.
I appreciate Chair Henio. We'll go ahead and do a roll call on this. Shanetta, could you do a roll call, or either Shada, Peggy, could you do a roll call on number 7 and Division of Natural Resources and Division of Community Development, and as requested by Chair Henio?
Is this, yes, Vice Chair. This request is just for the Part 7, Division of General Services. Is that correct?
Correct. You have Oliver Viso here, Deputy Division Director.
Okay, thank you. Do we have someone speaking for insurance premiums?
We should have Shonovan Dale.
Good afternoon. Yes, Shonovan Dale, Risk Management.
Okay, you have risk management and you also have insurance services. Harlan Charlie.
Yes.
Okay, so who will speak on insurance premiums?
Shonovan Dale.
Okay, thank you, Harlan. Utilities.
This is Pearl Lee.
Okay, thank you, Pearl. What about telecommunications?
This is Pearl.
Okay, radio communications.
Pearl again.
Okay, thank you. Facilities maintenance.
Yes, you got Adrian Lewarki on behalf of Marcus Tui.
Okay, Adrian. Thank you. Information technology.
Royetta is here. I'm online.
Okay, thank you, Royetta Woody. Great. Ashedeya, Vice Chair, or do you want me to do the rest?
Peggy, do the rest, please.
Okay, thank you. For Division of Natural Resources, number 8, NGS transmission costs. Do we have a call?
This is Robert Allen from the Division of Natural Resources.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen. Number 9, Division of Community Development, Chapter Official Stipends. Who's speaking to this? Is there a caller on for that? Division of Natural Resources. Actually, it's Division of Community Development. I'm sorry. Chapter Official Stipends. Dr. Yellowman, are you on the call? Okay, then going on down to number 10, office rental, the Office of Tax Commission.
This is Mark Graham. I'm on the line.
Okay, thank you, Mark. 11, office rental. That's the Human Rights Commission. Do we have a presenter? Number 12, office rental, Navajo, Utah. Clarence Rockwell, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. 13, office rental, Division of Economic Development. Are you on the call? JT Willie.
Oh, good afternoon, Shema. It'll be myself and Douglas Capitan for D.
Thank you. Shiaj. All right, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for that, Peggy. Back to the sponsor of this legislation. Chair Henio.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. This is a question for all the presenters that will be coming after the controller's presentation, which is that there has been notice of a large increase in the proposed budgets for FY 2023 in the area of fixed costs. And the question is, if there is a large increase in the amount from FY 2022, then the offices and programs need to provide with the Budget and Finance Committee a budget along with justifications of why there is a large increase in this request. And so therefore, that is the extent of the question that I picked up from Delegate Amber Kiyosakani. But if I did miss anything, Vice Chair, maybe Delegate Crowdy could clarify even better than I can. So I defer back to you, Vice Chair Smith. And also to provide that to the Budget Finance Committee if I hadn't said that.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I appreciate that. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm just waiting for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. I'll turn the floor back over to Chair Henio. There was a question from Honorable Crotty to your agents too. You may proceed.
Okay, I guess Vice Chair Smith, I will go down the line to each of the programs and see if they are, if that question is being, if they're affected by that question of having a large increase in their budgets. The request is for the fixed cost budget, so they can provide the answer. Vice Chair, if you could go down the line with each of the agents, call upon them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Fede, could you conduct that? We're starting with the Division of General Services. On behalf of that question that was posed by Honorable Crotty.
Okay, as I understand it, the question to the programs is, do you know why she's asking the question about why the fixed cost budgets have increased more than it was last year, and she wanted an explanation from the programs. Why is there an increase in your budget? So we'll start with insurance premiums. Jonathan.
Okay, thank you, Aro Shuma, Aro, for the question, Honorable Crotty, and then Chair, and our sponsor. Thank you, Aro Shuma Peggy. So, on behalf of risk management, we oversee the fixed cost budget for insurance premiums. There are two primary reasons why the insurance is requesting an increase in fixed costs. The primary reason is our loss record. We have substantial claims since COVID. A lot of buildings closed and nobody has gone back to those buildings to check on them. So over that time, we were shut down. There was a lot of vandalism, a lot of theft, a lot of property damage and flooding. So over the prior years, we've seen an increase of over 1.5 million in property damage. So that's our first driving force. The second driving force in our request for fixed cost premiums is the increase in total insurable values. The Navajo Nation currently sits at about 1.2 billion in insurable values, and that's as of last year. This year, we've increased that to about 1.4 billion, only because Council purchased heavy equipment and machinery for all 110 chapters. So if you take the value of those heavy equipment, our total insurable values have increased substantially. So the insurance carriers are seeing that, and we've seen a primary jump in our upcoming fiscal year premiums. So every time we add a $2-3 million building, we can see an increase of about 0.05% over our previous year's premiums. So the bigger the building, the more money we spend on property and equipment, the higher our premiums will go the next year because we're adding total insurable values. The other is just the market, and this is a fluctuation just like the stock market. We see an increase. Carriers are getting very, conservative in the amount they insure, and they're also increasing premiums because of substantial losses due to natural disasters. COVID hit the market hard, so we're seeing a lot of contamination claims that came through. However, now, after 3 years into COVID, a lot of those claims are being denied. But right from the get-go, the market fluctuated up and premiums increased. And then the cost of building materials. So that affects our total insurable values and replacement. So carriers naturally going to increase their premiums. So those are the four main reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanavan. Utilities, Pearl Lee.
Good afternoon, Pro Tem Chair and members of the committee. As far as our utility account, we are normally requested for a cost projection from OMB, usually like in early March. And we did a calculation and submitted our cost projection on April 11th. And looking at the 6 months actual expenditures, we were already at 2.7 million just for the utilities, this which includes electric, natural gas, propane, water, and sewage, because that's where the cost has gone up. So we were halfway through the year, so we did an estimate for the remaining 6. We estimated 2.6 million, and that brought us to 5.4 million for the year, that estimated cost. And then you add in the contractual commitments that we have for the maintenance of I think there's 6 elevators. The waste disposal, that runs about 350,000, 325, something like that. And then the landscaping or the cleanup in the Window Rock headquarters, that runs like 188,000 for I think that's year 2 contract. So that's what brought us to the 6,035,851 that we requested to OMB. And it was I was surprised that they gave us the full amount, because they normally don't. So we got that full amount. And some of the reasons for the increase are we took on additional counts. In fact, we took on 59 senior centers utility bills, and that's their electric, water, propane, and that amount varies from senior centers. So just to give you an idea, like La Chi, their monthly Into-A bill is 934,000. You add on propane, that's almost another 300. I don't know how often they get that, but then you have some programs that get their service from Continental Divide. So you have like Theroux Senior Center that average about 270. Then they also get their water from Into-A, so that's about 111 per month. So that contributed to some of the costs. The other thing that is also a factor is this fiscal year we got 5.3 million, okay? But that doesn't take into account the IDC that we get every year. We're supplemented by that, and that's been basically saving us every year. This year we got 315,000. Previous year we got 689,000, but it's been dwindling. But when OMB requests us for a projection for your costs, we do the best we can. But we never have enough, because usually the IDC saves us that we get in late December or early January. And taking that into account, assuming we get 315,000 again, we can possibly drop that increase of 665 in half. But it's really difficult to project utility costs, because these are not controlled by our office. There's all these departments and programs, organizations out there that use the the electricity, the water. There's no way to control it. There's no way to anticipate it. We just have to do our best guess. And that was our best guess. And a couple months ago, we were looking at a deficit in our account currently with our budget. So right now I'm anticipating at least $160,000 deficit because to date, we've only paid up to half of July's bills. So we still have like 2.5 months to, of utility bills to pay. And it averages like maybe 400,000 a month in total. And we only have like 891,000 available now to pay for 2.5 months. So we're most likely going to be in deficit. It's not going to be a lot, but we still probably won't have enough for all the expenses this year. I hope that provides an explanation. Thank you.
Okay, Pearl, go ahead and do the D or C, telecommunications, and then thereafter D, radio communications. Just specify when you're on that next topic, please. Thank you.
Okay. Hang on.
Real quick, this is Oliver. Can you repeat the question again one more time, just so we're tracking?
Okay, the next topic is telecommunications, and that's Pearl Lee's budget. And then thereafter, radio communications is Pearl Lee as well. So I just asked her to go ahead and do both of those, but specify when she's on radio communications. Tell us when she gets.
I can do that. I'll start with telecommunication. So we didn't get an increase in this business unit number. We got a decrease of 63,015. So I understand I don't need to provide an explanation because it was only for the increase, correct?
Can you just explain why the budget's increased? If there's no increase, then just say that there was no increase.
Yes, there was no increase in the telecom fixed account business unit 118007. And then moving on to the radio communication business unit number 118008, there was also no increase. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pearl. Next, we have Adrian, is it Larkey? Did you take the oath?
Yes, this is Adrian Lewarke. No, I did not.
Okay. Vice Chair, can I give him the oath? And anybody else that's speaking to this fixed cost budget that hasn't taken the oath? Could you raise your right hand and state your name for the record, please?
Adrian Lewarke.
Okay, anyone else? JT?
JT Willie.
Pearl Yellowman.
Thank you, Pearl.
Douglas Capitan.
Okay, and who else? Robert Allen, did you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, DNR was asking for 1.9 million in fixed costs.
It's not your turn. We're doing the oath. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Did you take the oath was my question.
No, I didn't.
Okay, do you state your name for the record, please?
Robert Allen.
Okay, thank you. Do you all swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I got everybody right. All right. All right, we'll go to E, facilities maintenance, please.
Yes, facilities maintenance has no increase.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to the Division of Natural Resources, NGS transmission costs.
Yes, thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me real quick, Peggy. This is Royetta, Department of IT, just for the record, no increase. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I overlooked your budget. Thank you for the information.
Budget and Finance Committee. Hi, this is Robert Allen. I'm the principal attorney at the Division of Natural Resources. And we do have a budget request for our NGS license fee of $1.9 million. Earlier this afternoon, we received information from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice that the Bureau of Reclamation has informed them that we do have a surplus credit for those fees, and in the amount of $2 million. And it appears that we may not be needing the supplemental appropriation for this fiscal year. However, having said that, Rowena Cheremiah is responsible for all budgets within our division. And my understanding is she will be notifying you if we are withdrawing our budget request.
Okay, so this is the fixed cost. Did you see any increase in your requests this year? That was the question.
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. Next, we go to the chapter official stipends. Dr. Yellowman, are you presenting that budget? And the question was, did you receive any increase in your, well, this is your first time, I guess, as a chapter official. I mean, where the chapter official stipends is included in the fixed cost line item. Was there any increase in the amount of funds that you're requesting on behalf of the chapter officials?
Thank you, Peggy. This is our first request at establishing a fixed cost for the 110 chapter stipend. Traditionally, there had been a shortfall from the often jeopardized a full year's stipend for the chapter officials. So in order to remedy that, we had several work sessions with RDC and BNF to establish the chapter stipend through the fixed costs. And the amount that is that covers the planning meeting, the regular meeting, and the agency district meeting for the chapter officials for 1 year is $4,158,000. $0. That is the amount, Shananta.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the office rental for the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission.
This is Mark Graham speaking on behalf of the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. We have no change from last year.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, office rental for the Human Rights Commission. Is there anybody on the call?
Hello, this is Leonard Gorman.
Okay, Mr. Gorman, I need to give you the oath.
Okay.
Could you raise your right hand and state your name for the record?
Leonard Gorman.
You swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Correct.
Thank you. The question is, for fixed costs, you have office rental for Human Rights Commission. Have you seen any increase in your budget this year? And why?
No, we did enter a new, I think a 5-year office rental. So we're carrying on in that fashion with renting the office space from the Kerrigan.
Okay, thank you. Navajo, Utah. Have you seen any increase in your office space rental this year in your budget?
Good afternoon, BNF members and officers. There's no increase in the Navajo Utah Commission's fixed cost budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the office space rental for Division of Economic Development.
Yes, all right. Thank you, Shimado, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We do not have a increase. We do have a decrease that, if I'm allowed to, I wish to speak to the difference in proposing a different allocation amount, Shema.
Okay, the question was just if you received an increase, and you can do that after the committee goes to your budget. Okay?
Yeah, thank you
very much. Okay, Vice Chair Smith.
Hi, Peggy.
Thank you, Peggy.
Pro Tem Chair Smith, Jimmy from OOC. Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead. You may proceed.
One of the items that Peggy did not cover was 6B, which is investment fees. We do have an increase in our fixed cost budget. Could I speak to that?
Vice Chair, is that okay?
I think there was a specific request that was made, and with due time, we'd have to go through everybody to do that. I'll leave that up to Chair Henio. Chair Henio? To sponsor this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, on the fixed cost of the controllers, we already covered the controller's office in this legislation, but so I believe it was going forward after the last presentation from Office of Management Budget. So that was the request.
Okay, thank you, Chair Henio, since you're the sponsor of this legislation. Let's move on forward to the, is there any more questions for the Office of Controllers before we move on?
Vice Chair, we were on Office of Management Budget. We're on Office of Management Budget.
The management budget. Shishani, Office of Controllers. Where are we at, Peggy?
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you're on item 6, Office of the Controller. You just finished that, I believe. Rob, did you go over the FMIS maintenance services?
Yes, did we go over the FMIS maintenance services, Office of Controllers and agent, Chair Henio, your agents?
Okay, Vice Chair, I'm sorry. I was lost here too. Just kind of circles. But FMIS, the Financial Management Information System. With that, Mr. Robert Willie, who would be presenting on that section?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Hold on though. I'm sorry. Vice Chair Smith, I believe next we're on the investment services, and that's where Mr. Jimmy was wanting to explain the increase in the request for fixed costs. So maybe we could allow Mr. Jimmy to do his presentation, and after that we'll go to the FMIS.
Agushi, may I proceed, please?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Jeremy Jimmy with the Office of the Controller Investment Section. I am currently the acting supervisor. I'll be going over business unit 118020, fixed cost for investment fees. This was part of the OOC's submission. And if you were to go back to that, it's on PDF page 168. I'll be going over the budget form 1, part 3, line series 6500 contractual services. The current budget right now is $146,639. What we're proposing for next year is $165,000, with an increase of $18,361. Part 4, there are no positions currently budgeted. There is no budget for positions for next year. For total vehicles budgeted, there is none for that is currently budgeted, and there's none that's being requested for the future budget. So this budget was created to cover the investment fees for the general fund that's being managed at the Custodian Bank Northern Trust with the investment managers. So during the timing that we had to get this budget prepared, at that time, the market was coming off of a very great year in 2021. We were seeing record highs. We were nearing 11 to 12% returns. Then January and February came a time of a lot of uncertainty. Given the war in Ukraine, they were saying it was going to be less than 1 month that it would be resolved. You also had inflation, which the feds kept calling transitory. It would be short term, and it would be fixed on its own. And so a lot of these factors, there was uncertainty in the market at that time when this budget was created. So thinking that these were just temporary setbacks and that the market would rebound in the long run for the FY23, the budget increased our projections for the fees, because the fees are tied directly to the assets under management, which the managers, external managers manage for the nation. So as it grows, their fees grow, and as it shrinks, their fees shrink. So given that we thought the setbacks were temporary, we just came off of a record high for FY21, and we thought the rebound would have came back in FY23. Therefore, we did an increase. Then April happened. April was the very bad month across the board in all asset classes, just because we had more of an understanding of our macro headwinds of what was going on. That's when the sanctions were put in place against Russia. That's when we saw the Fed start talking about doing the monetary policy. And so the market started to go into chaos in April. Then we get into May, we have a little bit better footing in the market. So the market's starting to react its natural way, which is to what they call risk off. Everyone was going towards the American dollar. Everyone was going towards fixed income and leaving equities and internationals and all the other risky asset classes. And so that drove the market values down. And then at the same time, on the other side, the Fed started doing their rate hikes, which was causing interest rates to rise up and the bonds to fall. And so really looking at Q3 of the FY fiscal year for Navajo, it was a really bad time. But when we did the budget, it was, again, going back, it was the macro headwinds were temporary, and we were coming off of a really high year. So that's why at that time we were considering the budget to be increased, because we thought we would have rebounded in FY23. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Sure, Annual, does that conclude your agent's report?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, I guess I was muted. We are done.
Goshi, thank you. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions? Not hearing any. Let's move on to item number C, FMIS, Maintenance Services. Virginia?
Okay, good luck, Vice Chair Smith. With that, Mr. Robert Woolley, who will be presenting for the FMIS system fixed cost budget.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Hino. I'll be presenting that. Robert Woolley, Office of Controller, Accounting Manager. May I proceed? I'll just
Mr. Woolley?
Yeah, I'll
Person Golan, you're on the half yard line. Go ahead.
Okay, so Business Unit 118022, fixed cost FMIS maintenance is the budget form on Form 1. It is receiving general funds and indirect costs for a total of $2,004,765. The budget summary report under 5,000 object code lease and rental, we're requesting 48,750. Under the 5,500 communications and utilities, it's 89,540. Under the 6,000 line item series, repairs and maintenance, $1,025,011. Under 6,500 line item series, contractual services, $841,464 for a total of $2,004,765.24. There are no budgeted positions and there are no vehicles budgeted within this account. Moving on to Form 2, goal statement number 1 is to make quarterly payments on Oracle. A goal statement is 1 per quarter. Goal statement number 2 is to make annual payments due to and at various times throughout the year. First quarter is 4, second quarter is 9, third quarter is 6, and the fourth quarter is 3. Goal statement number 3 is to continue disaster recovery site payment per contract terms, and this is 3 per quarter for each of the 4 quarters. Goal statement number 4 is to complete and sign hardware inventory, and this will be done once every quarter. Goal statement number 5 is to complete and sign software inventory, and this also will be completed 1 per quarter. Moving on to budget form number 4, the detailed budget. Under the lease and rentals, 5310, object code. This is the disaster recovery site, and that's $36,000. Under communications and utilities, 5570, there's the internet expense, which will cost $78,489. And also the disaster recovery site expense is also added to that. Under wireless, under the 6510, we have a total amount of $11,051. Moving on to page 4 of the 6 budget form 4. Under the 6,000 line item series, repairs and maintenance. Under the 6,300 line series, there are a number of items within that particular line item. Most of these are licensing, and as you know, FMIS is based upon licensing, so the more users you have, it is cost driven upon that. So we're requesting a total amount of $835,011. Under that same line item series of repair and maintenance, under the 6,300 line item, technology and software support for the annual fees, we're requesting $190,000 under that particular line item. Moving on to the next page, under 6520, the consulting for the support for the FMIS, we're requesting $841,464. And that concludes the presentation on the FMIS fixed cost maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Willie. I'll defer back to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henyo and your agents. Budget Finance Committee members, any questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. You may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem, for the sponsor and the agent. So this is simply a budget for the FMIS maintenance with some performance measures built in. I would need guidance in terms of my concerns for the payments that come out of OOC. Is that an FMIS issue, or is that just a chronic way? When the programs submit for payment, I need to understand: is it that we need to start looking for a better system because we're paying a maintenance? Like, does FMIS work for Navajo Nation? And are we maximizing all the capability of FMIS so that we're an effective, efficient nation? That's my question. Thank you, Vice Pro Tem and sponsor.
Thank you for that question, Honorable Crotty. Back to Chair Henyo and your agent.
Vice Chair, I defer back to Mr. Robert Willie. Mr. Willie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Henyo, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question. So, as far as payments go, that's a function of accounts payable. So that would be within the program budget, which we covered last week, 107022. As far as utilizing the FMIS to its fullest extent, we can only push our program as much as we can. And that being said, so the FMIS has a number of components which can be utilized. There's the budget component, there's the human resource component, which is comprised of benefits, retirement, DPM, and payroll. So we're responsible for the payroll function. As far as DPM and utilizing the system to do PAF changes, as far as updating addresses, submitting PAFs, all that would be the responsibility of Department of Personnel Management, which we have FMIS issues meeting every Thursday, which I would like to invite the delegates to actually attend this meeting. We can send the call information for that. So there are a number of projects that are ongoing. The PAF project is one of the items, so that would automate the PAF, so you wouldn't have programs submitting paper documents to DPM. They can actually submit it online. The function for Office of Management and Budget, that would be budgets. They would be submitted electronically. And you would have no error as far as inputting numbers and such. They would actually all flow through to the FMIS and not use the secondary system. Same could be said for the retirement section. The benefits section could also update all this information. These are projects which we need other programs to get on board in order to support also. So in answering Delegate Crowdy's question, no. The answer to that question is we're not fully utilizing the FMIS to its fullest extent. But in order to do that, we need the support of other programs. And I'll leave it at that for now, and I'll be happy to entertain any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Tem, if I could ask Legislative Council for some support.
Chair Henyo, does that conclude
that presentation of our response back to the committee?
Chair Henyo. Committee members, Naidi Kishoro.
Thank you, Pro Tem. May I ask Legislative Council or request Legislative Council's support on to develop a legislative concern?
Honorable Crotty, yes, go ahead and question to Legislative Council.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. Chair, for Mr. Pahi or our Legislative Council on the call, could you assist in hearing some of the recommendations or the capability of the FMIS system? If you could assist me in developing a legislative concern, the time frame that we would have to, if we could say when we have a comprehensive budget in mid-August, then I could add this to a comprehensive to our list of the comprehensive legislative concerns, and we'll have to work on language, and I wouldn't be ready in time for the revisit. But the legislative concern would be the underutilization of FMIS and identifying the different projects. So I heard Department of Human Resources is currently using it to digitize the PCQ. It sounds like benefits may be able to access this, and I'll have a follow-up conversation with the Office of the Controller on where other areas that FMIS could be used to help improve the efficiency and effectiveness of Navajo Nation. My hope would also be if we could start using it for our TAs as traveling into Window Rock just to sign triplicates is really not a great way to use resources. But if Legislative Council can let me know if they were able to record all of those areas, and then we could have a follow-up call sometime this week to develop the legislative concern for the comprehensive budget. Thank you, Pro Tem. Thank you, sponsor.
Budget Finance Committee members, any other further questions or concerns before I turn the floor back over to the chair of this legislation and the request from Honorable Crotty?
Chairman,
not here.
Excuse me, this is Doug Yell here.
Honorable Jamila here, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair Nana, thank you very much. I'm wondering that we also have this budget just here, particular. I need a copy of this budget. Has it been sent or is it in the binder? Yes, no, the kid, Pro Temp Chair.
There's a question for Chair Henio and also a question on the budget. I'll turn the floor over to Chair Henio, and then I think Peggy could probably answer Honorable Yellowhair's question. Chair.
Hey, Vice Chair Smith, thank you. For the question on the legislative concern, defer that to Mr. Pahi to begin the drafting of the legislative concern, but if he has a question or response, I'll defer to Mr. Pahi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just need a bit of clarification. Is Honorable Delegates Crotty's intent to add the legislative concern to the exhibit, I believe it's Exhibit D of this legislation for the Budget and Finance Committee today to approve this legislative concern? Or is her intent, it sounded like her intent may be to have it ready for adding to the comprehensive budget legislation that works its way through the committees and then to the council for approval in September.
Vice Chair Smith, request for clarification, Budget Finance Committee.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Honorable Karati, clarification?
Thank you, Pro Tem. The intent is for the comprehensive budget later in August, early September. Thank you.
Sure, what's Ayla? The question posed by Honorable Jimmy O'Hare. Better? Chair Henio?
Regarding Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, Peggy, if you would please provide a response to Delegate O'Hare.
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't catch it all the way.
Vice Chair Smith, again, anything clarification from Budget Finance Committee regarding the request.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Jay, Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, could you repeat your question for Peggy and Chair Henio?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. My request is, do we have the budget in here and the, or is it in the binder?
Vice Chair Smith, which budget is he talking about? Is this the FMIS maintenance service? Is that what you're referring to, Mr. Yellowhair? If it is, it's in your Office of the Controller binder at the very back. That's where the investment fees budgets are, the fixed cost budgets are all there.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Peggy. I'll look for those binders when I get home. Okay, thank you very much. Could Pro-Tem Chair. Yeah.
Motion on that. Back to Chair Henio. Any further discussion?
Vice Chair Smith, I believe we provide responses, and also the Legislative Council will begin working on the legislative concerns. So therefore, defer back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Budget and Finance Committee members, anything else on the Office Controller, FMIS maintenance services? Not hearing any, so let's move on to number 7. Number 7 is Division of General Services. Letter A is the insurance premiums. Chair Henio, you are the sponsor and your agents.
Vice Chair Smith, and we have Mr. Aviso with Division of General Services on the line, and I'll defer to him to start moving down the listing with each of his program managers to provide their information on the fixed cost budget. Mr. Arvizo.
Good afternoon, committee. Due to time, we're going to move right into insurance programs. We have Shonovan Dale. He'll be presenting. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, I don't believe Mr. Dale is on the line, so we'll go to the next. Mr. Avisa.
Okay, next on the list.
Oh, I'm here. Was trying to unmute.
Okay, Shonovan, thank you.
Thank you, committee members. My apologies. I was busy trying to unmute the phone here. This is Shonovan Dale Risk Management. I will be going over the fixed cost insurance premium budget for the Navajo Nation for the proposed FY 2023. Business Unit 118004, Insurance Programs, General Services. Part 2, Funding Source, General Funds in the amount of $3,058,115 at 63%. IDC Recovery at $1,772,424, 37%, totaling $4,830,539, funded at 100%. You go over to Part 3 of our budget summary. There are no personal expenses, no travel expenses, no meeting expenses, no supplies, no lease and rental, no communication and utilities, no repairs and maintenance, no contractual services. We go to 7,000 series, special transactions. This is where the entire balance sits. Last year we were approved for $4,505,734. This year I am requesting $4,830,539, a difference of $324,805. This business unit has no vehicle last year, no employees last year, the same this year, no employees and no vehicles. Going over to Form 2, since this is the Navajo Nation's share of the insurance pool premium, this is focused and geared toward the Navajo Nation's claims management. Navajo Nation Claims Administration report 80 claims received per quarter, and that's 80 for first, second, and third quarter. Goal statement number 2, closure of Navajo Nation claims. Report 40 claims closed per quarter, first, second, third, and fourth quarter. Number 3, goal statement, insurance review minimums or contracts. Review 45 contracts reviewed per quarter. First, second, third, and fourth quarter have 45. Goal statement number 4, Navajo Nation outreach. Perform 5 presentations, outreach trainings per quarter for Navajo Nation programs. You see first, second, third, and fourth quarter have 5. Goal statement number 5, administration of litigated cases. Report 1 closed litigation claims per quarter. You have 1 per quarter for first, second, third, and fourth quarter. That is my proposed budget for Business Unit 118004 for FY 2023. As presented earlier, this budget, the $324,805 increase is based off our total insurable values and our loss ratio from the past 5 years. So gradually that increases, but the biggest majority was our total insurable values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Mr. Avisa, who will be next? Hereafter. Well, Vice Chair Smith, we'll go through the general services and then we'll refer back to you for questions, if that's okay.
Go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Avisa, you have the things right here to call upon the next, and then when they're done, complete, then call upon the next.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Next, we have NNTU Utilities. It's going to be Pearl, please, you got the floor.
Good afternoon again. I have the next 3 business units, so I'll just go over all 3 of them. The first one is Business Unit 118005, Fixed Cost Utilities. Under Form 1, Part 2, 2 funding source, General Fund, in the amount of $3,768,499, 62%. Next funding is Indirect Cost Recovery in the amount of $2,267,352 at 38%. Total amount of budget, $6,035,851 for 100%. Going on to part 3, going on to column A, this year's budget under communication utilities is $4,799,870. Proposed budget is $5,493,353 with the increase of $693,483. Going on to repair and maintenance, column A, current budget is $570,355. Proposed budget is $542,498, a decrease of $27,857. Going down to total budget, column A, current budget is $5,370,225. Proposed budget, column B, is $6,035,851 with a total increase of $665,626. This business unit has no budgeted positions or no vehicles. Going on to next business unit, fixed cost telecommunication, business unit number 118007. Going on to part 2, general fund allocation is $720,085, making up 56%. IDC is $574,957, 44%, for a total 100% amount of $1,295,042. Going on to part 3, under column A, communication utilities, current budget is $1,358,057. Proposed budget is $1,295,042 with a decrease of $63,015. Going on to the total is the same because there's only one budget line item, which is communication utilities. This business unit has no positions or no vehicles. Going on to business unit 118008, fixed cost radio communication. Part 2, general fund allocation is $162,227, making up 35%. IDC is $298,128, making up 65%. At 100%, the total budget is $460,355. Going on to part 3, in column A, communication utilities, the current budget is $150,238. Our proposed budget is $115,605 for a decrease of $34,633. Going on to contractual services, the current budget is $331,200. The proposed budget is $340,000 with the difference of increase of $8,800. Going on to special transaction, column A is $4,750. Proposed budget is $4,750, which is a difference of 0. Going down to column A total, the current budget is $486,188. Our proposed budget in column B is $460,355. Column C, a total difference is decrease of $25,833. And this business unit has no positions or vehicles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pearlie. We're going to move on to facilities maintenance. We have Adrian Larkey. Go ahead, Adrian, please.
Yes, good afternoon. So I'll be reading from Form 1, Business Unit number 118023 for Facilities Maintenance Division General Services. Part 2, fixed cost from FY October 1st to 2022 to September 9/30/23, an amount of $2,292,000. Percent of total 100, and our total is $2,292,000 with the percent total of 100. In part 3, column A, we have 2,427,040. On column B, we have $2,292,000. And column C, difference of total is $135,040. And what total positions budgeted is 0 and vehicles budgeted is 0.
Okay, thank you very much, Adrian. Next, we're moving on to information technology with Royetta Woody. Royetta, please, you got the floor.
Thank you, and thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee, Honorable Jamie Hino, Chairperson, and BNF committee members. Yeah, this is in regards to Business Unit 118026, Fixed Costs for Information Technology, Division of General Services. Part 2, funding sources is general funds in the amount of $800,000, 100% of total funding. Part 3, budget summary under the 6,000 series, repairs and maintenance in the amount of the approved original budget in the amount of $800,000 and the proposed budget of $800,000. There are no differences. Moving to part 4, positions and vehicles. There are no positions nor vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woody there. Honorable Henio, that's the presentations for the Division of General Services. Are there any questions?
Vice Chair Smith, are you still on the call?
Yes, I am.
The programs did their presentations.
I didn't hear Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, that is the extent of the presentation for Division of General Services. I'll defer back to Budget and Finance Committee for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Henio. Appreciate that. Let's move to the floor here. Budget and Finance Committee members. I'm not hearing any, so let's move on to G, Division of Natural Resources.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Therefore, we have Robert Allen, we represent the Division of General Natural Resources on this fixed cost item. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Division of Natural Resources is required to pay a fee every year of approximately $1.9 million to the Bureau of Reclamation / Western Area Power Administration. For the license to the rights we received from the NGS power plant to provide 500 megawatts of electricity to BOR / WAPA's power grid. This amount is the fee to the license that has to be paid every year. NGES used to pay it, we pay it now. However, based on this afternoon, based on information and belief from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, we have, they said they received information from BOR that there is a $2 million credit in our account. And if that's the case, then we probably won't need the FY 2023 $1.9 million fixed budget appropriation. Rowena Cheremiah is the acting division director, and she has final authority over our budgets. So it is my understanding that she will be notifying you soon. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for that report. Vice Chairman, refer back to you and the Budget Finance Committee.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Your agent. Committee members, questions for Division of Natural Resources? Not hearing any, so let's thank you. Let's move on forward to the Division of Community Development. Chair Henio?
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith. With this line item, again, on the fixed cost, chapter official stipends, we do have Division Director, Ms. Phil Yellowman, Dr. Yellowman, to be a presenter. Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, yeah, thank you, honorable members of Budget and Finance. We're coming before the Budget and Finance Committee to ask for their support and to assist us with the chapter official stipends. Traditionally, there was an allocation that came to the, when the annual allocation occurs among the three branches, the executive branch would then allocate funding to the Division of Community Development and to the chapters. In the past, there a shortfall occurs with the chapter stipend, but with several work sessions and consultation with the Resource and Development Committee and with Budget and Finance, we recommend that the chapter official stipend become part of the fixed cost through the BIM, and we request for your support on that, Shananta. So Chair Henio, that will conclude our presentation. This is our first time requesting for an amount or for an allocation to be considered under fixed costs. And we appreciate the leadership of all of the chapters and chapter officials, and this would help remedy the shortfalls that occurs annually. And I think that the chapter officials also would look to some resolution as well, or look forward to some resolution. So we hope that we can successfully achieve this.
Okay, with that short presentation, Vice Chair Smith, I'll defer back to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, Chair Henio and your agent. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. Any questions for Division of Community Development? No questions? Moving on to office rental, Office of Navajo Tax Commission.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Peggy.
Good afternoon, Peggy. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. The chapter stipends, do we have budget forms 1 through 4 for that, or something to show the committee that, you know, this is how much the 110 chapters are receiving each chapter?
Back to Peggy, good question. I'll turn it over to the sponsor. Sponsor, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, and the question that was posed regarding budget forms, and of course the allocations to each chapter. Dr. Yellowman, if you would provide that response, and also figure that will be allocated to each chapter to pay the stipends for each of their 3 chapter officials. Dr. Yellowman.
Yeah, Nana, Chair Henio. The chapter allocation is in our, we can produce the budget forms 1 through 4. However, being that they were going to be incorporated through the BIM, we did not submit them to OMB, and OMB maybe can help us explain that, but it was not requested to or from OMB, since that it would be incorporated through the BIM. But if Budget and Finance would like to view a spreadsheet or view the cost breakdown, we can also certainly provide that information. If the legislation does require the budget forms, then we can produce those. Chair, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for your response. And Vice Chair Smith, I believe that we could give some time to Office of Management and Budget to explain why they did not require a budget forms for this particular line item and fixed cost. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio, for the explanation, and also Dr. Yellowman. Guess we'll move on forward to the Office of Rental Tax Commission. Chair Henio.
Christina, can you hear me, Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, can.
Christina, we do have office rentals for each of the programs down the listing here. Office of Navajo Tax Commission, Office of Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, also the Office of Navajo Utah Commission, and also the Division of Economic Development. So what I'll do is I'll capture them all in one presentation. And if there are questions, then I'll defer to each of the program directors. So first off, the Navajo Tax Commission, Mr. Graham, if you would provide information on your request for fixed costs for office rental.
Mr. Sponsor and Vice Chair, this is Mark Graham, Director of the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. So for our fixed cost, it is for our office rental here in the Carrigan Professional Building. We occupy the south office space. So the rental, the amount in our fixed cost budget is for the total amount of the rental, and that's all in line, $5,000, the lease and rental. No staff, no change in budget from last year. It still remains at $87,811. Thank you.
And Mr. Graham for that short presentation. Again, next is Mr. Leonard Gorman for Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. Mr. Leonard Gorman. Okay, not here, Mr. Gorman, so we'll move on to Mr. Clarence Rockwell.
Okay, thank you, committee members and Chairman Henio. The Navajo Utah Commission is seeking fixed cost support of $15,153 for office rental for a facility in Montezuma Creek, Utah, and there's no change from last year's allocation. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Rockwell, for your brief presentation. We'll move next to Division Economic Development, Division Director, Mr. J.T. Willie.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair, Honorable Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, good afternoon. We submitted the proposed budgets, Form 124 in regards to the request for the fixed cost allocations. The Division Economic Development is continuously requesting the continued support for the fixed costs for our lease and rental as per the budget Form 1. And I do apologize, I misstated earlier on the increase or decrease. The division actually has a small percentage increase at $4,982. In this year's proposed amount, going to budget form 1, line item 5,000, lease and rental is the only allocation budget line item that the division will be utilizing these fixed cost funds for. As noted on the form 1, the Navajo Nation Council has a original budget approved of $184,449. The proposed budget presented today is at $189,431, which gives us a difference of $4,982. Honorable members, and going on to the budget form 2, as noted, the business unit number 118031, the office rental for the Division of Economic Development, has the goal statement set out for goal 1, office space rental for 12 months, and the number of payments made per month. These are set into goal attainment at number 3 in each one of these areas. Going on to the budget form 4 is more detailed objective code and justification for these office space rent. As you can see, the amounts would satisfy the rental space that we occupy for the Kerrigan Professional Office Complex located in St. Michael's, Arizona. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Mr. J.T. Willie, Division Director for the Economic Development. One more call upon Mr. Leonard Gorman with Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. Mr. Leonard Gorman. Okay, with that, Vice Chair Smith, we do have all the presentations for office rental except for Human Rights Commission. Maybe they don't need the money, so defer back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio and your agents. Back to the committee members of Budget and Finance. Naida Kid. Not hearing any, so let's move on to the last item pertaining to this legislation. Any recommendations, comments? On behalf of this Budget Finance Committee, discussion, actions, letter M.
Vice Chair, do you want me to do a summary?
Oh, Shada, could you do a summary since there's no questions or anything like that on behalf of that? I think number 6 is the revisit final recommendation. I think that's probably where we're at on this agenda. And then after that is legislation 013-22. Summary, Inslee.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Shadeja Amber-Crotty had mentioned that she would like to develop a COA on the number 2 judicial branch, the Navajo Nation Justice Information Sharing System. And I'm not sure if I haven't seen the language for that COA, and she wanted to revisit on that. And then Budget and Finance Committee did an amendment 1, which was an unmet need of $25 million for the retirement plan. And then it was stated by Shadeja Amber-Crotty again that she wanted to get a legislative concern for the comprehensive budget on utilization of the FMIS to full capacity by the Navajo Nation government. And that's the summary of what we have so far.
Thank you for the summary, Shada. Back to the Budget Finance Committee members. Revisit final recommendations. Back to Chair Hanyo, any requests or anything for you? Thank you for the summary, Shada.
Vice Chair Smith, that is a presentation on legislation 144-22. Defer to Budget Finance Committee for any recommendations, but if there's none, then we were ready for a vote.
Thank you for that, Chair Hanyo. Moda, no questions, no concerns right now at this point in time. Roll call vote, round the horn.
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote. Honorable Jamie Hanyo, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hanyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Shada, this is
Go ahead, Shadeja.
okay. Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote
Vice
green.
Chair. Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, and Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that final vote. All on the legislation. The vote is 4 in favor, 1 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. So this does pass accordingly to our proceedings here. Moving on forward to the next item is the A, legislation 0132-22. Bella, could we have that read into the record?
Vice Chair Smith, the Budget and Finance Committee has already had this read into the record. This was read on July 29th. There's a main motion that's held by Elmer P. Begay and seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair. And the tabling motion was made by Amber Crotty, seconded by Nathaniel Brown. The vote was 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and it was tabled for a revisit for today. OMB is requested to provide additional information and for development of an amendment. And so this is regarding the OMB budget. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shutta, for that motion to remove off the table for today's action.
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, second. Second, twice.
Delegate Higno, vote second.
Honorable Jamie Henyu for the second on table, taken off the table. Janella, could you do the roll call vote on this taking off the table?
Shutta Shanella, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on motion to recall the legislation. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair, votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. Is this vote to adjourn or?
No, this motion is for, this roll call vote is to motion to recall the legislation 0132-22.
I'm sorry, Shada, can you remind me what?
That legislation.
I'll vote green, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize, Shada. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. It's now off the table. I'll turn the floor back over to the sponsor of this legislation, which is Honorable Crotty, and also co-sponsored by Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Crotty?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty, so I'll be sponsoring this legislation unless Delegate Brown wants to be the main sponsor. Well, I'll move forward. I apologize. Since I'm the prime sponsor on this legislation. So I believe if staff can, I believe if staff can assist, we've been able, what is the next steps and the next move that the committee needs to take, and we're here to answer any questions. I'm not sure if the agents are on the line. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Staff, could you assist with the question that was posed by Honorable Crotty? Honorable Crotty, there's no response. I'll turn the floor back over to you. You're the sponsor of this legislation.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Well, I'll try my best. If the committee has any questions, I'll be here to try to answer. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Crotty. Committee members of Budget and Finance Committee, any questions on this legislation? 0132-22.
This is Delegate Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, I have information too. This is
Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Kusina, Vice Chair Smith, and Budget and Finance Committee. This legislation was presented by Office of Management Budget, and at the same time there were some concerns that arose from the presentation. So therefore, the Budget and Finance Committee have instructed the Office of Management Budget to provide more clarification and also provide an amendment for the committee so they can consider that today. And therefore, the question is, Office of Legislative Counsel, if there's an amendment that's ready to be presented before the Budget and Finance Committee. Vice Chair Smith, I refer back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Henio. Turn the floor back over to Office of Legislative Counsel. Is there anything that's pending for this legislation?
We're talking about 0132, the OMB legislation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I did send an amendment out. I sent it yesterday and then I sent it again today. Let me just double check here. Peggy, did you get that, Peggy?
Vice Chair Smith. May I?
Yes, go ahead, Shada, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. There is an amendment, and I sent it out to the committee just a few minutes ago from Laureline for this Office of Management and Budget budget legislation. And she did try to ask Mr. Bial for a confirmation on that amendment, but there was no response. I don't know if she got a response today, but the question on that was to add an amendment that would have unmet needs budget for OMB, that they needed additional funds. And so that was the reason why Delegate Crotty asked for a revisit on the budget. And so, and then she was also asking OMB if they had a carryover for their budget too, if they were going to be requesting such. Also, she was asking about inclusion of the facility in the 5-year plan for the permanent trust fund. And what was the OMB's plan on that? And so there was no response on that because at that time the committee went ahead and tabled the legislation. That's just an overview of what occurred right before the tabling motion.
Agushi, thank you for that information. Sponsor of the legislation, Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. Sponsor of the legislation, are you still with us?
Pro Temp Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, I'll let you have the floor. Go ahead.
Just a question, Sue. What is the legislation number?
0132-22. Okay.
Oh, 132. Okay. Thank you.
Co-sponsor, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, are you available? We don't have the sponsor on board.
Oh, I'm here. Pro Tem, can you hear me?
I hear you loud, sir. You have the floor.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. I'm hearing you a little bit choppy, but if you can hear me, we're good to go.
You may proceed. We have the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'm sorry, was there a question on the amendment?
It was brought forth by Peggy, and there was some concerns regarding some things that were supposed to be provided by OMB.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem, and thank you, Ms. Nakai, for raising those issues. So committee members, if we could call if there's OMB on the line, that would be helpful, but if Mr. Bial's not on the line.
Message NB.
I'm sorry? I don't know if that was OMB or unmuted line, Pro Tem, but I will yield, or I will, I do not have the answers to those questions. And if OMB is not on the line, we can want to, I don't know, table this legislation, or how we want to move forward. I'll defer to the committee. Thank you very much, Pro Tem.
Pro Tem Chair, this is Peggy.
If we table it, that'll be lost, I guess you could say, for lack of words. I know it's getting kind of late. Peggy, you have the floor.
Chair Hideo, the amendment that I sent to you needs to be changed, is what Laureline is saying. She needs to have a little bit of time to amend that amendment that for the unmet needs budget for this legislation. You're right. If you do table it again, then you'll have to reintroduce this legislation for the 5-day, go through all that process again. So second tabling would just kill the bill. So can we have a little bit of time for Laureline, just for maybe 15 minutes or something? She just needs to edit her amendment language, and then we'll get back on to provide that information to you, the corrected information.
We haven't had a motion on the amendment yet, Peggy, but I'll turn the floor back over to the sponsor of this legislation. Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. If Legislative Council feels that they can develop the amendment, unfortunately without the response of OMB, and that is the wish of the committee, I certainly will support that. And if we need to, whatever the wish of the committee, I am just perplexed on why OMB is not on the line. I know what we'll need to know from OMB is if they're just going to drop off the line at 5 o'clock. There needs to be some coordination with the committee, especially as this is their budget. So I'm a bit concerned as sponsor and also representing the committee. Pro Tem, if staff can help us get Mr. Bial or a delegated individual on the line. I'm not sure if there's anyone from the office of the president on the line, but we would need the support of executive to move forward on these executive budgets. As a committee member and as a sponsor, we're trying to do our best to accommodate the program, but they also equally need to show up and provide support to the committee and respond to Legislative Council. So I'm not exactly clear on why we're not getting the information that the committee is requesting. So I do apologize, Pro Tem, as sponsor of this legislation. We'll try our best and to get the information and to support the amendment. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Peggy.
Vice Chair Smith, Del Eugenio.
This is Dominic Bial.
I'll recognize Chair Henyo. Chair Henyo, you may proceed.
Vice Chair Smith, I was going to motion to table legislation on Mr. Bial spoke up. It's apparent that they are not interested in this budget at all. And so why are we going through great lengths to accommodate if our Legislative Council is there to do the amendment? They're not receiving no communication, no support from Office of Management and Budget. Therefore, we should just not even attempt to do an amendment if there is no communication or no support from the Office of Management and Budget. Apparently, they don't want the amendment needs budget. So, this is the way I'm sitting here thinking, why are we trying to? Why is Mr. Sapai trying to do all the work for OMB when there's no communication and no support from the office? That's my concern, Vice Chair Smith. And I do support that. If there was no buddy from OMB on the line, then I was going to motion to table for a second time. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo, on behalf of the observation and what's happening.
Mr. Chair, this is really...
At this point in time, I'll turn the floor over to Peggy, then I'll recognize OLC. Peggy?
Vice Chair, go ahead and recognize Lurley.
Agushi, I thought you were going to table it, Peggy. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to OLC. OLC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you give me 30 seconds to 1 minute, I will email the necessary amendment to you. I have it drafted and all I have to do is attach it and send off the email.
Thank you for that. Committee members of the Budget and Finance request in 30 seconds. What's your take on that, members? I'm not hearing any, so go ahead, OLC, proceed and send that out as soon as possible so that we could possibly entertain that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm doing it right now.
Chair Henio, you still on board with us? Chairman Henio? Peggy?
Yes, Vice Chair. Looks like he's still on the.
When are you going to have all these committee reports completed? Because I'll be gone this whole week. And I know those committee reports are required to be signed. I'll be gone starting tomorrow. I know that election's tomorrow.
Well, the those committee reports and all of that, your legislations go to Budget and Finance. Those are recommended to yourselves. And so I'm not sure when you're going to be returning. We can have them ready by then. And we have next week, we're having the comprehensive budget hearing scheduled. And I haven't been notified yet from the advisors on which ones have their resolutions. Some of them were being approved today by the standing committee. So I'm still waiting for all of that information. So I haven't developed the schedule. I'll probably work on that Thursday. So there's still time, because those budget resolutions are your budget resolutions. It's going to be Budget and Finance's position on all of their oversight budgets that they heard. So, and you're the ones that they're written to.
Thank you, Peggy. Appreciate that. Back to OLC. Are we ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe it should have been sent to all the Budget and Finance Committee members and to Ms. Nakai as well.
Thank you for that. Committee members, check your laptop, your email, see if it has been sent to you. Budget and Finance Committee members, have you received your amendment? I have, and it says legislation number 0144-22.
Mr. Chair, I sent it at 5:24 p.m. with the subject line amendment to 0132-22.
It's written as the Vice Chair stated, Laura Lee.
I'm sorry, Peggy, I don't know what you mean.
Sorry, I wasn't clear, but it says amendment number 2, legislation number 0144-22 to add DHR/DRS unmet needs to Exhibit E. But then in the first clause, it says OMB unmet needs as Exhibit E. And then number 2 references OMB. So it just
I see. That's my bad. I'm sorry. Sending again. I forgot to change that part. Here goes again. Okay, I just sent I fixed it and just sent it.
Thank you. I just received that. The 0131-22. I thought we were dealing with 132.
I apologize, Mr. Vice Chair. My brain is not working very well today. I will resend.
Is that what they say? 3 times the charm or something like that?
I really hope so. Okay, I just shot that off.
Kayla. Second amendment number. Budget and Finance Committee members, did you guys receive that? I take that as a yes. Silence is a virtue. We have a motion on this so that we can get it read into record.
We received. Yes, we received it. I received it in my email. Thank you for the correction.
Motion? Motion going once?
So this is Delegate Claudia motion. Thank you. If I'm in order.
I'll recognize your motion. Wait on a second. Sutton, Peggy, could you read that into the record? You have a motion?
Okay, the amendment 1 to legislation number 0132-22. 1, the Budget and Finance Committee has reviewed and approved the proposed additional appropriation for unmet needs as shown in the recommended unmet needs budget stated August 1st, 22, provided to the committee by the Office of Management and Budget OMB. Therefore, the new appropriation requested by OMB must be added to Exhibit E as shown below. 2, in Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budget, add the following to row 1. Column 1 is Business Unit 105001. Column 2, Office of Management and Budget. Column 3, $174,994. Column 4, for its unmet needs, OMB requests funds to restore abolished senior contract analyst position, $74,994 salary and fringe benefits, and to provide training funds for external fund management, budget trainings, and technical assistance and grant contract activities in the amount of $100,000. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits, including revising dollar figures to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and figures in any other amendments which shall be conformed to this amendment. Vice Chair.
Okay, Sutton. Do we have a second on this amendment 1?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
I recognize the second on Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Any questions on amendment 1? I don't hear any questions being posed on amendment 1. Round a horn. Shinetta?
Yes,
Vice Chair Smith, I was trying to call, but some of you keep muting me.
Chair Henyo, before we call for the question, I'll go ahead and recognize your question. I think you have a question on amendment 1.
Oh, yeah, Vice Chair Smith, could amendment number 1 there. This question on the $100,000 training, is that for the senior one? That one position will be trained for $100,000, or what type of training are we talking about when we? Because that's a large sum of money, $100,000, and many programs they don't put that into their budget as far as training. And what kind of training are we talking about? Westchester. So if I get to agent, explanation on this line item. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Chair Henyo. I'll turn the floor over to the sponsoring of the amendment 1, which is Honorable Amber Crotty. You may have an agent too that can answer that question. You have the floor, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. Thank you, Chairman Henyo, for the question. I'll defer to Mr. Bial to be who's better suited to address that issue and question. Thank you. Mr. Bial?
Thank you,
Mr.
Delegate
Bial,
Crotty.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Sheriff. Please answer the question. Thank you.
Members of the committee, I've been on the call, your meeting, all day long. But recently, in the last 30 minutes or so, I've been having trouble with my muting budget too, or key rather. Anyway, nevertheless, I'm here. And speaking to the question, the $100,000 that we're requesting support for training funds in order to provide external fund management, budget training, and technical assistance in grant contract activities in the amount of $100,000. Last Friday, when I made my overall presentation on our budget, I made reference to the Nez-Lizer Nahata plan, which is their priorities for the executive branch. And the portion that's applicable to OMB is in this area: external fund management, budget training, and technical assistance in grant contract activities. So that's what the fund balance would be used for. We could do it a couple of ways. One, we could contract it out to a contractor, a consultant who specializes, for example, in federal fund circulars and directives and so on, or maybe in more general terms, just external fund budget management, monitoring, compliance, and reporting. So again, it's part of the administration's plan and priority for our office to do this. Now, quite honestly, it's actually been there for more than 2 years now. but the pandemic struck and held up everything or a lot of things. But it includes this, where we haven't been able to arrange for training to our external funding grant contract programs and personnel in these various areas. I think the BNF committee knows by now that 2/3 of our budget is really external funds, primarily federal, but there's some state funds involved too. And that's where the single audit and then the regular audit all apply. And there are certain corrective actions from time to time that are needed and that all need to be dealt with. So again, the initiative in this regard is to provide this sort of training and technical assistance in order to help our government, our personnel in divisions and branches to be better able, capable, trained, and skilled to deal with these sorts of matters that they have responsibility for. So just explaining it here in a couple of minutes, that's what the intent and purpose is. Delegate Crotty and members of the committee, that's the purpose of it. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, does that complete your agent's response?
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. I believe it is a response, and we'll yield the floor back to the committee if there needs to be any follow-up or additional questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, Honorable Crotty, back to Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions on Amendment 1? No questions on Amendment 1? Another? Roll call vote, round the horn.
Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the amendment. Honorable Jamie Hinyo, how do you vote?
I would agree.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hinyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Amber Kenneth-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting, and 1 member not voting. Amendment 1 passes. Back to the sponsor of this legislation. Is there any more information? Are we ready to call for the vote? Honorable Amber Crotty, are you still with us?
Pro Tem, I'm here.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'm not sure if there was any other comments or question on the main motion. If so, we could answer those questions, Pro Tem, or we're ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. Back to the committee members. Any questions for this legislation? Not hearing any. Could we have second reading? Shut it on this legislation 0132-22, and we'll call for the question.
Amendment 1 to legislation number 0132-22. 1, the Budget and Finance Committee has reviewed and approved the proposed additional appropriation for unmet needs as shown in the recommended unmet needs budget dated 8/1/22 provided to the committee by the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. Therefore, the new appropriation requested by OMB must be added to Exhibit E as shown below. 2, in Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budgets, add the following to row 1, column 1, 105001, column 2, Office of Management and Budget, column 3, $174,994, column 4, for its unmet needs, OMB requests funds to restore abolish senior contract analyst position, $74,994, salary and fringe benefits, and to provide training funds for external fund management, budget trainings, and technical assistance and grant contract activities in the amount of $100,000. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that second reading, Shanella, round the horn for the legislation 0132 with one amendment -22.
Sure, Chanella, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the legislation. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote?
Hi, Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Dot Statute, Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation 0132-22 passes unanimously, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee members. And I'll turn the floor over to the gavel over to our Chair Henyo. Chair Henyo, you now have the gavel. Also.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for assisting me. End of the agenda. The motion to adjourn.
Motion. Delegate Begay.
Delegate Yellowhair. Second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay to adjourn. Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. If there are no questions, we'll do a roll call vote to adjourn. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on the adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty.
Shadow, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
For the roll call vote, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 not voting. We are hereby adjourned at 5:48 p.m. Committee members for this today, productive day, and therefore tomorrow, everybody, all the committee members have a busy day ahead of them tomorrow, as the primary elections are tomorrow. So therefore, get some rest or start preparing for tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Good night. Delegate Yell here.